Technology having been updated, we will proceed. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The gentleman from Missouri,
Mr. Chairman,
has an amendment. Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as the amendment is passed out, the gentleman from Missouri will be recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment, I'm not sure what Democrats love more, green energy loopholes or tax credits for luxury vehicles, but clearly today's bill pulls off quite the feat by combining both in the same piece of legislation. After years of hearing Democrats boldly proclaim that we need to eliminate loopholes in the tax code and that the rich and corporations need to pay their fair share, you can imagine my surprise when I read that the bill before us goes in the complete opposite direction. Clearly, none of us are surprised in reality, but talk is cheap. But the bill today proves Democrats are anything but cheap when it comes to providing generous handouts for the wealthy. This bill will have American taxpayers shouldering the cost of a brand new electric vehicle fleet for companies like Amazon, whose revenue was over $380 billion just last year. While the job-crushing tax hikes included in this bill will hit households at every income level, and American families are seeing the impacts of Bidenflation at the pump and in the grocery store, Democrats' message to the middle class is, thanks for subsidizing our special interest groups. My amendment would ensure that a teacher in rural Missouri is not paying for these huge corporate welfare give outs by limiting the commercial EV tax credit to businesses. Frankly, nobody needs this tax credit, but my amendment ensures a common sense protection of taxpayer dollars. At the very least, Democrats should agree that this subsidy should not go towards big businesses. These big companies are saying that they may want tax increases, but then they're getting subsidized by purchasing complete electric vehicles, and the working class is the one paying for it. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from California insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman has withdrawn the point of order, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byer, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I very much encourage my friends to vote against this amendment. As I believe still the largest sponsor of Little League teams in Northern Virginia and a longtime automobile dealer, I think this makes enormous sense. I stayed out of the last debate knowing this was coming up, but the key here is that 25% of our climate change comes from the transportation sector. We would have to actually have their head in the sands, denying the existential risk that climate change is presenting to every person on this planet, our children, our grandchildren, generations to come. The fires, the floods, the tornadoes. Even in relatively secure Northern Virginia, we have 100-year floods a couple of times a summer, 100-year storms. This is an enormous existential risk. It's the greatest responsibility we have here, among the many responsibilities we do. And as long as the transportation sector is 25%, we've got to do everything we can to make sure that they are moving in the right direction. All the industry has decided that electric vehicles are the way to go. That's why you had the heads of General Motors, Chrysler, and Ford standing with President Biden just a few weeks ago, committing to 50% by 2030, just 8.5 years away. Look, the $5 million is silly. We're talking F-150s, electric F-150s. We're talking vans. We're talking tractor trailers. We're talking the small and medium-sized businesses that my Republican friends are sing such a song about protecting. These are electricians and plumbers and trucking firms and supply companies. $5 million in income when there are very few, when so many of them come together into medium-sized companies that all over this country. These are the ones who can be really benefiting from this. You know, there's two ways to get there. There's credits or there's mandates. I'm pretty sure my friends would not like the mandates. The credits is a way to stimulate these sales in a big way. By the way, after just a couple years after the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which were huge tax breaks to the wealthiest among us, why the switch now? This doesn't make any sense. But this is not for the richest. These are for these medium-sized and small-sized companies who are out there serving us every day. Yes, Amazon may get a little bit of it, but much, much more is going to be the people that are taking care of our homes and our businesses every single day. And I very much encourage us to vote against this amendment.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schmucker, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say I strongly support the ranking member of the Budget Committee's amendment. And I know, to Mr. Byer's point, my friend Mr. Byer, this may be the wave of the future, but why not let the market decide that? If we're going that direction, why do wealthy individuals and large companies need subsidies? But certainly the Democrats have made it clear that they're eager to provide these subsidies to wealthy individuals who purchase electric vehicles. They've been given many opportunities today to change that in the bill, but continue to defend these subsidies. And what I think makes these provisions even more egregious is that electric vehicles don't pay the same gas tax that every other driver pays for the maintenance of our roads and bridges. This is a user fee for users of those systems that should be paid by everyone across the board equally. And in fact, if they aren't paying into the system, then other middle-income Americans are paying more as a result of it. We're going to see, particularly if these provisions are enacted into law, we're going to continue to see diminished revenue into our Highway Trust Fund. It's going to require a bailout for the Highway Trust Fund, which means under this administration either more government debt or more printed money. The result will be higher inflation, less economic growth. These are costs which are borne not by those making these electric vehicle purchases, but by working-class families. So I'd say if Democrats want to put their money where their mouth is, I welcome them to support a bill that I introduced that would fix this particular problem. My bill would require drivers of electric and hybrid vehicles to pay a user fee similar to the driver of a vehicle that's run by gas. And this would be based on their miles driven. You know, if you can afford an electric vehicle, and CRS came out with a report, if you bought an electric vehicle, you probably earn over $100,000 per year, and in many cases, much, much more. So if you can afford an electric vehicle, you can certainly afford to contribute to road repairs just like everyone else. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me call upon Mr. Blumenauer, and then I hope we will proceed to a vote on the amendment. Mr. Blumenauer is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the artful comments from my friend from Northern Virginia who put this in context of people who would benefit from this. But I also would say that the heavy commercial vehicles are some of the areas that are most difficult to make this transition. But they provide a disproportionate amount of the pollution. I've got a manufacturer in my district that's working hard to be able to have large electric trucks. Again, this is something that is part of the wave of the future, but having this benefit would accelerate the progress for something we need for cleaner transportation and new economic activities. So I would strongly urge against this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Brady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to the author of the amendment, Mr. Smith of Missouri.
Mr. Smith is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the Republican leader of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Brady, for yielding. I would like to respond to the gentleman from Virginia's comments earlier. This, my amendment does not eliminate the tax credit. My amendment actually makes sure that the tax credit goes to small and mid-sized companies. It caps it at $25 million in gross receipts. I make sure, this amendment makes sure that Amazon, for example, will not benefit or be subsidized by working class Americans to be able to do an entire electric vehicle fleet. They should do that with their own money. They've made enough money off of the pandemic. They actually said that their CEO claimed that they were okay with raising the corporate tax rate. And with a lot of research, it shows Amazon doesn't pay appropriate. And under this bill, Amazon will be subsidized larger than anyone else in regards to this amendment. So this amendment caps it at companies with gross receipts of 25 million or less. So if the Democrats truly believe in not rewarding their wealthy political friends, allies, and donors, they will vote for this amendment. If they vote against this amendment, they are on record saying we are going to subsidize our wealthy coastal elites by making sure that they have full access to this credit. But if they want to make sure they help small businesses and mid-sized businesses, this is what they would do, is to adopt this amendment. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed signify by saying no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote.
Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Brady have both requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
No. Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Aye. Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski? Ms. Walorski? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Dr. Wenstrup?
Wenstrup votes aye.
Dr. Wenstrup votes aye. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington?
I'm a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski is an aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 17 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thompson?
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as the gentleman's amendment is passed out, he will then quickly be recognized. The gentleman is recognized to proceed on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I offer a very simple amendment that would ensure that Americans making under $400,000 a year would not shoulder the cost of the excise tax on tobacco. We've seen time and time again that that a regressive tax like this hurts the most vulnerable. And this is going to be, this is once again something that is going to make sure that we don't put an extra burden on those individuals making under $400,000 a year. We know that this is going to have an impact on our communities with hardworking Americans that are showing up every single day to make sure that, that they can provide for their families. And as we have already learned today, and through testimony and through comment, through technical assistance, over 80% of the people that will shoulder this burden make under $200,000 a year. Under $200,000 a year. And it's going to have an incredible impact on what something that I'm very concerned about, and that is criminal activity. This will drive black market underground sales of tobacco products and nicotine products. And that is going to create a situation where more people are going to be involved with law enforcement. But what I'm most concerned about is, again, the broken promise of the majority not to tax Americans making under $400,000 a year. This is very plain and very simple. If you make under $400,000 a year, we don't think you ought to have to pay this tax. If you make over $400,000 a year, then you got to pay the tax. Pretty plain, pretty simple. A promise that's been made should be a promise that's kept. So I think right now it's time to decide if the majority is going to keep that promise not to tax folks making under $400,000 a year. Now, there's going to be some argument that this is something that is there if you, it's a consumer choice. Well, again, I look at where the majority is on things like that, and look at the fact that we just voted down an amendment that would limit income, or that would put an income limit on credits for electric vehicles. So, very simple amendment. Either you're for the folks making under $400,000 a year on this one, or you're not. It's pretty plain. It's pretty simple. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
No, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman does not insist on his point of order. The gentlelady from California is recognized, Ms. Chu, to speak on the amendment.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to submit for the record this letter supporting this tobacco tax in this legislation from a coalition of advocates and providers, including the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Lung Association, and the American Heart Association.
So ordered.
I strongly oppose this amendment. First of all, for health reasons, increasing tobacco taxes is one of the most effective ways to reduce tobacco use, which is the leading preventable cause of death in the U.S. Decades of economic studies show that significantly increasing tobacco taxes incentivizes current tobacco users to quit and are particularly effective at preventing youth from starting to use tobacco products. Public health groups estimate that doubling the cigarette tax will reduce the number of adult smokers by 1.1 million in the first year, and over time avoid 250,000 smoking-related premature deaths. Smoking accounts for an astounding 1 in 5 U.S. deaths. That's 480,000 deaths per year, or about 1,300 per day. It also is responsible for more than 41,000 deaths because of secondhand smoke exposure. And for every person who dies because of smoking, at least 30 people live with a serious smoking-related illness. Now, let me say this. Federal tobacco taxes have not been increased in more than a decade, and e-cigarettes, which are the most popular tobacco product among youth, are not taxed at all at the federal level. These differentials in the tax rate for different tobacco products have created loopholes and incentives for tax avoidance. This is also not a novel idea. Tobacco taxes have been used successfully in the past to fund programs benefiting low-income families. For example, a tobacco tax increase was used to offset the cost of the 2009 reauthorization of the Children's Health Insurance Program. Now, we always hear that, oh, this tobacco tax is regressive since tobacco use is more prevalent among low-income people. But tobacco taxes are different than other excise taxes, such as a gas tax. They are primarily a public health initiative that will prevent disease and save lives, and are a tax that most Americans will not pay. They're also popular. A recent national poll found that 69% of Americans support a $1 increase in the federal tobacco tax, while only 30% oppose. The Build Back Better investments would make sure that it would help finance highly progressive measures, and would also take historic strides in reducing inequality and racial disparities, such as the child tax credit, the earned income tax credit, which of course would reduce child poverty in half, amongst other things. And so tobacco users will be better off with higher cigarette taxes, because taxes provide a self-control device for many who would like to quit but otherwise can't. They will be better off with these cigarette taxes, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this amendment. President Biden promised not to raise taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year. This would impact I had it on. Okay, it's on. This would actually impact 490,000 people who are living in my state, including those people who are using vapor products trying to quit smoking. So I yield back my time.
Gentlelady has yielded back her time, and let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Ferguson.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Chairman, I'd like unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter from the International Association of Machinists and Aerospace Workers opposing this excise tax.
The gentleman is recognized, and without objection, it's included in the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, again, this is going to be something that has a real impact on those folks at the lower income levels in our country. And again, President Biden has said that this is not in his calculus of not raising taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year. Well, just because the president says it is not a tax doesn't mean it's not a tax. And the people making under $200,000 a year are going to bear the brunt of this tax. It is going to be borne by those folks at the bottom end of the income scale. It's a regressive tax, and it's something. Again, it's a broken promise here. You can say that it's not a tax, but it's a tax. How can the administration say we're not going to raise taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year when, in fact, they're about to raise taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year? But I suppose you can get away with the semantics on all of this if you really try and you go through the mental gymnastics and the word gymnastics to get there, but you're raising taxes on people making less than $400,000 a year. It's plain and simple. If you're making less than $400,000 a year and you're trying to kick the habit, you're going to be paying more in taxes. Plain and simple. Also that I see across districts represented in this room, like my colleague from Wisconsin. Folks in her district are going to pay about $400 more a year. Gentleman that sits to my right, Mr. Evans, his folks are going to pay a little over almost $400 more a year. Go down the list. People are going to pay more. And that is going to be a burden on those people making less than $400,000 a year. I'll say it again. Either you're going to raise taxes on folks making less than $400,000 a year, or you're not. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Gentleman has yielded back his time. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman, and members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor of the gentleman's amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I ask for a recorded vote,
Mr.
Chair.
Brady has asked for a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
No.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Mr. Rice votes aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski is yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Wenstrup, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Oh, just got a text from Monica. Welcome to Warsaw. You
Mr.
fought hard to
Arrington
get me
votes
back,
yes.
didn't you?
Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Aye. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 24 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized. Mr.
May-
Thompson,
No, this is not for an
Oh.
amendment. Technical question for the clerk.
please.
You said you had 24 yays. Were there any members not recorded on
I
that
thought she
vote?
said 24 noes.
I mean, 24 noes.
24 noes and 18 ayes.
And were there any members not recorded on that vote?
Mr. Horsford was not recorded.
Right.
Mr. Horsford was not recorded on that vote. Okay,
No.
thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman? Mr.
I'm
Chairman?
hearing a voice. I just can't recognize. Ms. Miller. The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and the gentlelady is recognized to proceed on her amendment as soon as it is passed out. The gentlelady is recognized on her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady. Like so many families across America today, I am deeply concerned with rising inflation caused directly by Democrats' reckless spending policies. Today, we are attempting to stop a bill that would exacerbate those issues and lead to Americans further losing spending power to pay for the necessities of their daily life. The effects of inflation are felt most severely by individuals living paycheck to paycheck and retirees on a fixed income, like so many of my constituents in southern West Virginia. Increased fuel prices also impact those who must commute on long distances by car and in communities with limited opportunities for public transport. President Biden promised not to raise taxes on those making less than $400,000 a year, but in fact, these increased prices on daily necessities are already taxing my constituents far beyond their means. That is why I am introducing an amendment today to help protect those taxpayers from further cost increases. My amendment takes steps to shelter those among us least able to pay more in taxes by suspending the Superfund tax on crude oil when the price of gasoline is more than $3 a gallon, and spending the excise tax on chemicals when inflation is above 2.5%. While the Biden administration is begging our adversaries in OPEC Plus to produce more oil in order to lower energy prices at the pump, the administration and Democrats in Congress have consistently fought to hamstring our own general energy production here at home. President Biden canceling the Keystone XL pipeline, proposing to ban domestic fracking, and declaring a moratorium on oil and gas leases on federal lands have all led to higher prices for American consumers. Accepting this amendment is a small step in reversing the anti-American energy trend of the current ruling party and protecting taxpayers and their pocketbooks especially those who are least able to afford it. I ask my colleagues to join me in protecting those most in need among us, and I urge adoption of my amendment. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does the gentleman from California insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. Mr. Blumenauer of Oregon is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This is an area that is deeply personal for me. I've been working on Superfund cleanup since before I came to Congress. Sadly, we see this is an area that has had tremendous impact on low and moderate income Americans for the failure to clean up the toxic waste of the petrochemical industry. We had an agreement back in the day that created the Superfund, and when the Superfund was created, it also established a modest tax on the petrochemical industry that created those problems. We have a situation today where 1 in 4 Americans are within 4 miles of a Superfund cleanup. The Republicans did not allow us to extend the Superfund tax when it expired in 1995. And since then, we've seen a dramatic reduction in the efforts to clean up some of the most challenging sites. We have problems where there are not identified sources for the cleanup. That goes back to general fund and the people who live in that area. Sadly, the federal government itself is a generator of some Superfund sites. We need to have a comprehensive effort to be able to move forward. These are some of the most contaminated waste sites in the country, and the exposure to countless harmful substances. And sadly, a number of them are in areas that are subjected to repeated flooding. The Superfund cleanup has, as I said, slowed. It's been required to be funded by general fund activity, which puts the burden on local taxpayers and property owners, in some cases people who weren't involved with the original problem. The hazardous substance Superfund financing rate ensures that polluters pay their fair share towards urgent and necessary environmental cleanup projects. It spreads the burden across the industry that created these toxic waste problems that have been visited upon communities from coast to coast. I am excited that the administration has put the reintroduction of the Superfund tax in their budget. I'm pleased that we have a cooperative effort with the Commerce Committee and what we've done with the Green Act. This is a step forward to be able to strengthen communities, particularly low income and people of color.
That's good.
It would be a tragedy if we get to the point where we can actually accelerate our efforts at this cleanup. It would be a tragedy to take a step back. I would respectfully suggest that people consider the capacity of this large sector of the economy to clean up after itself, that we have the principle of the polluter paying, which worked for the initial phase of this project. But as I say, my Republican colleagues refused to reauthorize the tax, and it's created serious problems for communities from coast to coast that want to clean up these ticking time bombs in their neighborhoods. I respectfully request that people reject this misguided amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, is recognized on the amendment.
I'll be very brief. I actually had a question for Mr. Bartold, if I may.
Sure.
So these Superfund taxes haven't been in place since 1995. And there have been a number of years where Democrats held the White House, House and Senate, and made no changes here. But the better question here is there anything in this, we were just led to believe that these Superfund taxes are dedicated in this bill to Superfund sites. I don't see that in this legislation. Could you help clarify that?
Mr. Brady, the legislation would reinstate the tax. The tax is directed to the Superfund trust fund for accounting purposes, but it is up to the Congress to appropriate funds as it sees fit.
So to be clear, not a dime of these Superfund taxes are dedicated to Superfund cleanups in this legislation, correct?
Not in this legislation.
Thank you.
Would require
So I
a separate
think-
appropriations legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Bartle. The question here on the amendment from Representative Miller is, with prices being so, I think, damaging for families. In fact, prices have grown faster than paychecks every month this president's been in office. Today, we saw, again, stunningly bad high prices again in August. That's 8 months in a row. And what Representative Miller is simply saying is that let's not add to the woes of working families and shrink their budgets further by simply suspending these taxes when they drive up the price of fuel for families and when they drive up the cost of consumer products. Chemicals, as you know, is in almost everything we use these days, an important part of prices for working families and low income. I support Representative Miller's amendment because she recognizes how inflation is a tax on American families, and this Biden inflation cannot continue to go unabated. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlelady from, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Yeah, just very briefly, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Pallone and myself have had a bill for a very long time to reinstate the Superfund, finally, to do that. I think this is a critical issue. I'm going to vote no on the amendment. And dealing with EPA hazardous substances, I think, is very critical for a lot of reasons, and primarily health. So I hope that we'll take that into consideration, and I hope that we vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentlelady from West Virginia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No. No.
In the question of the chair, the noes have it. And the gentleman from Texas has requested a recorded vote.
Mr. Doggett?
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr.
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? No. Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Aye. Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 18 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Mr. Hearn.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, Mr. Hearn is recognized. I
Mr.
hear the
Chairman?
voice. I'm just trying to figure out where everybody is a bit of a challenge. Mr. Hearn is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
I reserve
Thompson.
a point of order.
Mr. Thompson is reserved a point of order, and the gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment as soon as it is passed out. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My colleagues and I have warned of the slow march to socialism for years, and we're called liars for it. And turns out it's not so much a slow march anymore as it is a sprint. More restrictions, more mandates, more socialist policies are never the answer. While we sit here and discuss an 881-page bill that no one has had time to digest and no chance of passing the Senate, there are still Americans terrified, stranded by the Biden administration in Afghanistan. He turned his back on them. Our southern border barely exists, and border communities have been left to the mercies of the cartels. He turned his back on them too. Americans are drowning under rising inflation costs. Now the Biden administration has once again overstepped into the lives and livelihoods of American citizens with the unconstitutional vaccine mandate on private companies employing more than 100 people. As if it weren't hard enough already to maintain staff after Democrats passed legislation to incentivize workers to remain out of the workforce. I'm not an economist, but I've been in business for over 35 years. I didn't deal with theories or hypotheticals. I dealt with the reality and the hard facts. It's not hard to understand that this is the wrong time for Democrats to shove one of the largest tax increases in American history on the American people that have not regained their strength from the brutal blow of COVID-19. Inflation is a tax on all Americans, and it hurts working class Americans the most. The $2.5 trillion tax and spending increase comes on top of rampant inflation that ordinary middle class Americans are already paying at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and every time they use their credit card. And it's getting worse. The latest data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that the inflation is rising at a near pandemic level of 5.3%, a level we have not seen since 2008. Looking at price growth during the Biden administration alone, inflation is at an annualized rate of 7.1%. Since the first quarter of 2021, Black women's annualized real wages decreased by over 13% and Asian women by 15%. At this rate, median household income will shrink in real terms by $409 every month during President Biden's first year in office. Not only have Americans experienced inflation, but a record number of Americans are expecting higher inflation in the near future. We look at just what the Federal Reserve Bank officials are now expressing concern over. The Dallas Federal Reserve Bank President, Robert Kaplan, noted that the inflation has disproportionately affected lower income communities, encouraged excessive risk-taking. And the St. Louis Fed President, James Bullard, expressed fears that inflation is creating a bubble in the housing market. Congress is partly responsible. In February, on a completely partisan basis, Congress added almost $2 trillion of stimulus to an overheating economy. As the experts predicted, it fueled the most significant price inflation that this country has seen in decades. Americans now pay 11% more for bacon, 14% for ribs, 8% more for milk, and 40% for gas relative to 12 months ago. The CFO of the Kroger grocery store chain explained recently that due to inflation, it will have to begin passing along higher costs to the consumer. This does not square with the administration's highly touted claim that your 4th of July barbecue will cost 16 cents less. I hope they will at least acknowledge that the Labor Day barbecues cost a deal more, a good deal more, and start putting out the fire instead of adding more fuel to it. Inflation is rising faster than wages. Fact. The lights have turned from yellow to red on inflation. Fact. And we ignore them at our own peril. My amendment would delay the effective date of the spending and tax increases in this bill until inflation is returned to a more sustainable 2.5% level, which is still higher than what we were before. I urge you to stop and think about the impact of your vote today on your constituents, all of them, and the millions of Americans who will face higher prices if the spending and tax increases we are considering here today are enacted into law, which we know they won't be because we have a Senate and a president who wants something different. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman has withdrawn his point of order, and the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I would hope that the committee would roundly reject this amendment. The Bureau of Labor Statistics indicated just this morning that inflation is slowing, only 0.3%, and a lot of that is attributed to the effects of the pandemic. Global investors are very, very optimistic with regard to the how the inflation is tending to be slowed. With regard to the gentleman's, Mr. Kern's statement that inflation is higher than the growth in wages, be hard to argue that since wages are stagnant and all of the benefits that we gave people in the Tax Cut Jobs Act went to stop buybacks and not increases in wages. So it'd be hard to argue with him on that. I guess I just am tired and sick and tired of my colleagues continuing to insist that we wait on building back better in the area of improving the lives of people in the area of childcare and healthcare and so on. I can tell you that, you know, while we've heard we've heard people wax on about the importance, for example, of the constituents in my district saving $400 a year by not having taxes increased on their tobacco use. As a person who smoked for 30 years, I would thank you for considering that expense to my constituents, but they would be much better served by having affordable health care with the provisions in this bill. Constituents, of course, in Wisconsin did not benefit from the expansion of Medicaid. They would benefit tremendously by the protections of the child tax credit, the child dependent tax credit, dependent and child tax credit, by expanding educational opportunity. They would benefit by the changes in the low-income housing tax credit, creating more affordable housing for them. And so I would appreciate it if we would reject this amendment because we just simply cannot wait any longer. And I would yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from California, Mr. Nunez, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in favor of the Hearn amendment. Inflation is here. Those aren't my words, but they are the words of Larry Summers, who served as Bill Clinton's Treasury Secretary and Director of President Obama's National Economic Council. I'm encouraged that some Democrats recognize that Joe Biden has led us to the edge of an economic cliff. Although it seems few Democrats serving Congress recognize this, rather than face the reality, congressional Democrats have supported the president's reckless tax and spend agenda, and the consequences are growing more and more dire. In just 7 months as president, Joe Biden's left-wing policies have led to a decline in real wage growth in every month of his presidency, the highest rise in the price of everyday goods in 30 years, a historic labor shortage fueled by the government paying Americans to stay home rather than work, and consumer confidence plunging to levels unseen since the Great Depression. Bizarrely, my Democratic colleagues respond to these glaring warning signs of economic disaster by proposing to pump another $3.5 trillion of progressive pet projects into the economy. Democrats claim they'll tax the rich to pay for the spending binge, including corporate tax rate heights from 21 to 26.5, which would make America one of the most, as a developed world's least hospitable nations for business. A slew of other tax increases will suffocate the nation's small businesses and entrepreneurs that are already struggling to hire employees and keep pace with surging inflation. These policies will not help to abolish billionaires, as the left pretends, but instead will harm workers, middle-class families, and small business owners, and in fact will actually help the world's billionaires. Not even the left-wing scribes at the Tax Policy Center can spin the numbers to support the Democrats' fake Robin Hood narrative. In fact, the Tax Policy Center admitted that Biden's tax plan will raise taxes on 75% of the middle-class families next year and 95% of them over the long term. If you're wondering how this socialist spending spree ends, you can look no further than my home state of California. The president wants to make California's radical economic policies the national model. Here's the rub. Those policies have created massive economic inequality typically found in dysfunctional socialist nations like Venezuela. Indeed, California, the fifth largest economy in the world, now has a greater income inequality than Mexico. These job-killing, economic-crushing tax hikes are Biden's plan to build back better. I would say that it's more like making America more like California. And as a Californian, I hope that he doesn't succeed. And with that, I appreciate the time and yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on the amendment? The question is on agreeing to the amendment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind? Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans vote no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Arrington.
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 18 yeses.
There being 25 noes and 18 yeses, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California has reserved a point of order, and the amendment will be passed out. The gentleman is recognized on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The title of Subtitle 1 of this bill, or I of this bill, I should say, is Responsibly Funding Our Priorities. Don't be fooled by that. It's a misnomer. We have already seen the impact of Democrat policies that massively increase the federal spending, that have disincentivized work and incentivizing dependency on the federal government. And this is a particularly bad time to raise taxes by over $2 trillion when the economy has not yet fully recovered. The current unemployment rate, according to BLS, is 8.8%. That means over 5 million more Americans are out of work today than in December 2019, just before the pandemic hit. And study after study confirms that this multi-trillion-dollar tax hike would leave workers, retirees, and our fiscal budget in economic ruin. For example, U.S. Chamber of Commerce found that increasing the carried interest tax would destroy 5 million jobs and would lose $3 billion annually in pension funds and nearly $100 billion in federal, state, and local government revenue. A recent Rice University study it said the negative economic consequences of raising taxes increases at least 1.5 times in an inflationary economy. So this bill would simply say allow the economy to recover fully before implementing, if you must, some of these Green New Deal wish list policy items, and would require this bill would only go into effect after the unemployment rate has reached a limit lower than prior to the pandemic. I also want to briefly touch on another area of this bill that I find particularly assaulting and anti-worker. The underlying text limits many of the tax incentives that would be doled out to wealthy companies by instituting unprecedented labor requirements. And I want to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, if I may, a letter from the Independent Electrical Contractors.
So ordered.
And this is a letter that they sent, along with other associations, similar letters, that says policies in this bill would impose harmful, unnecessary labor requirements that will have disastrous implications for its members who are merit shop contractors. Says the Ways and Means Committee print would institute unprecedented labor requirements for a taxpayer to receive a full tax incentive on certain energy efficiency projects. These labor provisions would make it difficult for millions of American businesses to compete against these government union kickbacks. This will be harmful to both the American worker and to small businesses. And actually, this will increase the cost of projects. So if you want to achieve some of these green goals, this is going to make it less able to do so because it's going to increase the cost of every project by restricting competition. Mr. Chairman, I believe that all companies, union and non-union, should be able to participate in our free enterprise system. That system has fostered innovation and delivered the greatest economic opportunity for all Americans. So rather than finding new ways to attract members, the unions are coming to their political allies and asking for the law to bend in their favor. I just learned as well that there's a new tax deduction for unions dues paid by union members that would allow an above-the-line tax deduction for those union dues while excluding non-union members who are forced to pay those same fees. We know why Democrats want to raise taxes now. It has everything to do with politics and nothing to do with the lives of the individuals who will not find work because of this bill. Have some consideration for the middle-class families who will be impacted and set aside this reckless bill. I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point of order.
The gentleman has withdrawn his point of order, and the gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To say this is about politics, this is about politics? This is about providing a child tax credit to families with kids, a tax credit that will boost half of the kids in poverty today out of poverty. This is about providing income support to 17 million low-wage workers. This is about making sure that we address climate change and the devastating effect of climate change, fires, droughts, floods, crop disruption, and the health issues that are foisted on American people at every level. This is about 14 million new affordable rental units over the next 10 years. This isn't about politics. This is about improving the lives of millions and millions of Americans. And, by the way, we're paying for it. This is kind of a foreign concept to a lot of our friends on the other side of the aisle. Better health care for Americans, and we're paying for it. This amendment would delay our bringing these good changes to the tax code and these benefits to the American people. I would urge a no vote on this amendment. Is there somebody else wants to be recognized? I yield back my time and recognize.
Ms. Sanchez. Oh, Mr. Penna.
Who?
Either Ms. Sanchez or Ms.
Ms. Sanchez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting to hear the arguments on the other side of the aisle because they keep talking about things that are going to harm U.S. families, and they talk about it in the perspective that only by helping businesses can we help working families across this country. But this bill that we are talking about today makes investments that is going to help the American people. My colleague from California, Mr. Thompson, cited just a few of the wonderful things in this bill that are meant to provide families who are struggling the tools that they need to not just survive, because they've just been barely surviving, but in order for them to thrive. And yes, there's union job creation in this bill, because union jobs, by the way, tend to pay higher wages, and they come with health care benefits and pension benefits, which many of the non-union sector does not. I used to work for the Electrical Contractors Association, so I know. This bill increases the number of affordable rental units over the next 10 years. It invests in public schools, in businesses and homes, in low-income communities. You know, those communities that always seem to get forgotten about because the other side is always so interested in helping multinational corporations and big businesses and wealthy businessmen. This bill allows us to deploy billions in financing at the local level for roads and bridges and airports, infrastructure, schools. It closes the Medicaid coverage gap. It helps more than 2 million low-income adults, 60% of whom are Americans of color, access high-quality, affordable health coverage, especially in Republican states, I might add, that have refused to take care of their own citizens. So while I find it interesting that my colleagues purport to be protecting families with the kinds of amendments that they're introducing, it's really not intended to help deliver the relief that needs to be delivered. So I would urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment because it just delays the many needed investments that this big, bold piece of legislation intends to make. And with that, I yield back to the chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to speak in strong support of my colleague's amendment, Mr. Smucker's amendment here today. Mr. Chairman, as I travel around my district, I've heard from the overwhelming amount of my small businesses and employers that are continuing to struggle as they begin to get back to pre-COVID operations. Up until earlier this month, when the supplemental unemployment insurance benefits ran out, most of my businesses and employers' biggest competitor was the federal government through the unemployment insurance program. And Mr. Chairman, I'm all for helping people that need unemployment benefits, that are down on their luck or have health issues or have a disability. But, we've essentially disincentivized work through this process. And the reality is that many of my, if not all of my businesses can't find enough workers. We have up to 10.3 million unfilled jobs in this country as we talk today. In addition, my employers and businesses are afraid to make financial decisions because of the threat of these tax policies before us today. And their bottom line is negatively affected due to inflation and supply chain disruptions. While I'm afraid this amendment will fall on deaf ears from my colleagues across the aisle, I want to reiterate what the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act did for my district in Central and West Central Illinois and all across the country. Wages grew at the fastest pace in 20 years due to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. In addition, 6 million people were lifted out of poverty by giving business owners the resources to invest in their workforce, which ultimately created a stable, highly retained, and competitive workforce. That's the reality. I've heard from numerous employers and small businesses and companies in my district with significant concerns, not only on the tax increases and impact on their workers, but also on the lack of qualified workforce to fulfill these open positions, whether it's truck drivers, whether it's welders, whether it's cooks and waitresses, landscapers, all across the economy. We don't have enough workers. Companies and businesses cannot act in the best interest of their employees in the long term if they're unable to have any predictability in the tax code. Instead of focusing on assisting small businesses that have endured one of the most financially challenging years to date, we are instead considering job-killing tax hikes on these same groups of people desperate to find workers and get back to normal operations. As I listen to the debate here today, I think about my businesses and employers and the workers and families across Central and West Central Illinois. Considering this tax rate increase on businesses and employers to the magnitude is simply irresponsible and will harm the ongoing efforts on the recovery of our economy and to have a robust workforce. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Smucker's amendment that helps ensure a strong and robust workforce in the face of this rushed, unpredictable process that we've been going through here today and tomorrow. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back and ask everyone to support this amendment.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Mr. Smith would like to be heard on the amendment.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief here, but I wanted to touch on the fact that some colleagues mentioned rental units to be built with these resources in the legislation that come from elsewhere. I'll just leave it at that. But the problem is, as my colleagues have pointed to on our side, is that we have a worker shortage. I know that this is evident, abundantly evident across America, not just in Republican districts, but in districts all across the country. And that is why we have a housing shortage. It certainly contributes to it. We have the scenario now, and I'm kind of waiting for the president to attempt to extend the unemployment bonus enhancement of $300 a week longer than what is legislatively set, similar to what he attempted to do with the rental eviction moratorium. But please know that the policies in this overall legislation will only make the worker shortage worse. As I've talked to companies across my district, they tell me that they don't have enough workers today. They didn't have enough workers, or at least what they preferred before COVID. But before COVID, the lack of workers was preventing companies from rising to the next level. Right now, companies can't even keep up with orders and can't even get back to pre-COVID production levels. This is contributing to inflation and other supply chain disruptions, and I hope and I plead that this committee actually help address that rather than the opposite as what we are seeing right now. And what this legislation does is the opposite of what our needs are, and actually exacerbating and complicating the already difficult scenario of the worker shortage that is harming our country. Thank you. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't belabor the point, but I need to, again, try to correct the record. We don't have a worker shortage. There are 10 million jobs that need to be filled. There are about 8.6 million workers who are seeking to work. There is a skills gap. There is a child care shortage. There is a wage shortage, but there is not a worker shortage. People want to work, but they need to have work support, including child care, health care, and the other benefits that allow them to return to work safely in the middle of what is still a pandemic. Even the assertion that the extended unemployment benefits exacerbated the problem. In the states where governors chose to deny those benefits to the unemployed workers in those communities, the economy did not improve in those particular states any better. And so, again, I would just ask that we look at the facts and what they are. A lot of people have expertise in this committee. Before I came to Congress, I ran the state's, Nevada's largest employment and training agency, training thousands of people for good careers in a number of sectors, including the hospitality sectors. People want to work, but they need to be paid a living wage, a family-sustaining wage, with the benefits that go with that job. That includes health care, it includes retirement, it includes college affordability for their children. And guess what? It also should include skills training, because what we do have in this country is a skills gap. And I would ask my colleagues on the other side to actually work with us to address that skills gap. Included in the Build Back Better Act in the markup in another committee is a $9 billion investment in workforce development and training. And those are the types of investments we need to make sure are available, particularly to women and people of color who were disproportionately affected during this pandemic and the recession, who need to acquire the skills for the jobs that are in demand. Those 10 million jobs, some of them are going to require different skills in the future, and we need to make sure that people are equipped with those skills. So I would urge this committee to reject this amendment, for our committee to focus on the underlying needs of our constituents, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Schmucker. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
Aye.
no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote requested.
And Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind? Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Snyder votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes yes.
Mr. Buchanan votes yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith is yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith of Missouri votes yes.
Mr. Rice?
Rice votes yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Aye.
Mr. LaHood votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Hearn, aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly,
Mr.
is
Chairman?
recognized. Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as we pass out the gentleman's amendment, he then will be recognized.
On this one.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. This amendment would stop the Democrats' hasty proposal to supercharge the IRS without any congressional direction or oversight. And that's why when we talked the other day, I wish we had had some hearings, some panels, some discussions about this, because this is an important issue. But first, let's start with the good news. Now, I'm glad to see that the other side of the aisle decided not to include in their bill a misguided proposal from President Biden to collect the bank information of every American. I've heard from my constituents in Pennsylvania's 16th Congressional District who bank at Erie Federal Credit, Mars Bank, and Next Tier Bank in my hometown of Butler, Pennsylvania. Now, I don't know about other members, but our office has been inundated over the last couple of days with constituents voicing serious concerns about that proposal and a diverse group of stakeholders as well. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to include the stakeholder letters for the record.
So ordered.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, we all agree that people should pay taxes that they owe. There's no question about that. But doubling the size of the IRS and hiring 87,000 new IRS agents to create a SEAL Team 6 kind of special ops group for audits is not the right solution. And thankfully, Republicans have an alternative. My amendment would replace the legislating of just throwing money at a problem and instead offering targeted solutions. Just this week, we introduced a bill that would do four things. First, it would provide a more accurate and timelier estimate of the tax gap, which we desperately needed. Right now, we are working with data that is 7 years old. Second, it protects taxpayer information by making clear that bank records will not be collected by the IRS, and it protects taxpayers from harassment based on their political beliefs. Third, it encourages more efficient use of IRS resources. We need to be sure that the IRS is fixing the problems identified by agency watchdogs. And lastly, it creates a pilot program to strengthen the ability for IRS auditors to identify tax evaders and then win those cases against tax cheats. For too long, the IRS has failed to use their existing resources effectively. And without solving existing systematic problems at the agency, increasing the IRS spending won't get the results that Democrats claim they want. If adopted, my amendment would replace the massive $80 billion IRS slush fund with H.R. 5206, the Tax Gap and IRS Enforcement Act, offering smart, targeted solutions to accurately measure the tax gap and enforce our tax code. Additionally, this amendment would provide funding for the IRS to implement the bipartisan Taxpayer First Act that I work with with my good friend, Representative John Lewis. Our legislation was meant to ensure that the heavy hand of the government was not coming down on those who were just trying to do the right thing, trying to comply with the tax code, making sure phone calls are answered, keeping information safe, and making it clear that the IRS works for taxpayers and not against them. That should be this committee's goal at the end of the day. The IRS is a powerful force, and nothing strikes fear into the hearts of our constituents more than getting a letter from the IRS. This bill goes in the wrong direction. It takes the bipartisan gains that John Lewis and I made together, and it was overwhelmingly supported by members of both sides of the aisle, and turns the IRS back into an enforcement-focused bureaucracy. There are no guarantees that low to moderate income Americans will not be caught up in this supercharged army of IRS auditors. Now, to be clear, I don't think that is what the other side of the aisle wants. But unfortunately, there are no such protections included. We should not be blindly throwing money at this problem. We need to roll up our sleeves and do the hard work of legislating carefully when it comes to arming the IRS with more money and more authority. Let's start with this amendment, and I urge support for this amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pascrell, on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, can I be recognized on this amendment?
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. At long last, we are finally going to provide the IRS with some resources for them to do their job, to collect fair taxes from all taxpayers, not just from the working folks who cannot afford fancy accountants that the wealthy abuse. For years, Republicans deliberately starved the IRS to prevent it from going after rich tax cheats. Look at the record in terms of people, particularly in the assignments in the IRS, Mr. Chairman, particularly how much money was removed in many budgets. Our Oversight Subcommittee has held hearing after hearing on the tax gap and the inability of the IRS to effectively audit the wealthy while chasing down working folks. The $80 billion we allocate for enforcement will empower the IRS to hire more staff and track down on rich tax cheats. My colleagues really hate making the rich pay their fair share. But fair and equitable tax administration is essential to good governance and our voluntary tax system itself. It's terribly wrong that high-income taxpayers are not paying their fair share. Just as it is wrong that the taxpayer preparing their own return cannot get IRS telephone assistance. Many complaints from the members here on both sides of the aisle. And yet the IRS computer systems are too outdated to handle current demands. They're not going to be able to do their job unless their equipment is of the state of the art. The IRS must be upgraded to look out for the rest of Americans. I oppose this amendment, and I urge a no vote. And I ask every member who is not on the Oversight Committee to look at our hearings where excellent witnesses presented the information of which this legislation is based upon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I yield back.
I believe the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, would like to be recognized on this amendment as well.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The IRS has been systematically defunded by Republicans over the last decade, forcing out thousands of experienced and skilled IRS enforcement personnel. What's more, high income and corporate tax dodgers have benefited by the tune of billions of dollars per year in unpaid taxes, a cost shouldered by honest families and businesses. The audit rates of millionaires and the largest corporations plummeted by more than 60% and nearly 50% respectively through 2010 through 2018, while decreasing by much less for other taxpayers. Without the staff needed to examine the complex returns of wealthy individuals and large corporations, the IRS has been forced to focus their audits on low-wage workers who claim the earned income tax credit, who are disproportionately African American and Hispanic because their returns are less complex. When sophisticated high-income and corporate taxpayers are able to evade or aggressively dodge taxes due to non-enforcement, it undermines the fairness and integrity of the system. It also worsens inequality along class and racial lines and drains enormous amounts of revenue from the Treasury. Now, most Americans do play by the rules. They work hard, they pay their taxes, but we know that the wealthiest among us skirt these rules using high-paid attorneys to hide their income and avoid paying their fair share. But the Build Back Better bill before us today will put a stop to this. We have a historic opportunity to lay the groundwork for stronger and more inclusive prosperity for decades to come. And that includes giving the IRS the tools and resources it needs to better target enforcement of would-be tax cheats. And by the way, this funding will also help the IRS update its tech systems and also help the IRS improve systems for better taxpayer service. But this amendment would be counterproductive to those enforcement efforts. So I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The chair is prepared to call the question.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized on the amendment.
I would
Mr.
yield to
Smith.
my colleague, Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Smith is yielding to Mr. Kelly.
I thank my colleague. And I think we're all on the same page with this. I'm just not sure that we're thinking the right way when it comes to what this $80 billion would be used for. And I just want to make sure that we understand this. Let me just go over a couple of these systemic problems the IRS has been facing. And the IRS has had a long history of failing to address systematic agency problems that don't have anything to do with funding. We shouldn't be spending $80 billion more on the IRS when the agency hasn't addressed internal problems it has been aware of for years. Each year, the IRS issues billions of improper payments via the Earned Income Tax Credit. Approximately 1/4 of all EIT-free program payments are improper, and this error rate has been consistent for years. This is just kind of logical the way most people who run a business would look at what their business is doing or not doing, and then say, well, let's take a look at where the real problems are, and then let's make a priority list. So the IRS has been advised many times by the GAO. Let me just give you a couple ideas. Detail a plan for how the agency can address problems in the intake, processing, and use of information returns across business units. This problem was identified in 2017, but not addressed. Detail a plan for how the agency will incorporate information return processing into its long-term IT modernization planning. Develop a plan to systematically evaluate all information reports received across the agency with the goal of improving compliance, reducing fraud, and reducing the reporting burden. None of these recommendations have ever been completed by the IRS. And I would just suggest to my colleagues on the other side, if you really want to have an effective, well-performing agency, then it has to do the tasks that are set out to do for it. I think giving $80 billion, just saying, here's $80 billion, go after these people that are tax cheats. Look, there's a lot of ways to improve the way the IRS operates. That Taxpayer First Act that John Lewis and I worked on was about the IRS becoming a service agency. Yes, I know they have to do enforcement, but why should the most intimidating letter you ever get in the mail come from the IRS? Look, there's things that can be done to improve this business model. All I'm asking of you on the other side is if you're going to make an investment, wouldn't it be great to get a return on that investment for the American people who are putting the money into it? This idea of somehow that this money just flows in and out and there's no consequences, that's not it. Anybody that's ever run a business would look at where are we efficient, where are we not being efficient, and what can we do to improve this process? What is it that we have to address? And you work from the priorities down. The idea that somehow there's so many tax cheats out there, if we just go after these people, we're going to solve a real problem. This is a very inefficient running agency. I'm not saying they don't need more money, but shouldn't it actually be prioritized? And shouldn't we have some type of a business plan of where taxpayer dollars are going? If we're going to fund this agency, then we should demand performance from that agency. We have been taking calls in our offices, and each of you know this. You have become the IRS in the districts that you represent. Your staff, that's who's been doing the work. We have returns that are still sitting in trailers from 2019 and 2020. Nobody operates a business like that. And to ask for more money to run that, say, you know what? we're willing to make the investment. We want to see a positive return on that investment. That is not going beyond who we are as Republicans and Democrats. That is exactly doing the work that we're supposed to do. Mr. Pascal and I agree on this. In Oversight, we are the voice of the American people when it comes to this agency. That's what Oversight's about. So I would just suggest, please, look past anything that's partisan on this and say, oh, wait a minute, it's a Republican amendment, can't vote for it. Why not look at it as an American amendment, an amendment to serve the American people better for all the money they're putting into this operation? I just ask you to use an open mind on it. Don't vote politically, vote for the right policy. What a refreshing idea for America.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
No. Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind? Mr. Kind? Mr. Pascrell?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Kind, no.
Pascal, no, and Kine, no.
Mr. Kind is recorded as no. Mr. Pascrell is recorded as no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez? No. Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? No. Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans vote no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
He votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Wenstrup, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Aye. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
You're not.
Mr. Rice votes yes.
Mr. Rice votes yes.
The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 18 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, it's me, Jody, virtually. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Arrington is recognized.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Thompson has reserved a point of order. And as soon as the gentleman's amendment is passed out, he will be recognized. The gentleman should proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment will simply strike this Superfund tax on domestic crude oil, imported petroleum products, and domestically manufactured chemicals out of the subtitle entirely. This isn't really a tax on oil refineries and petroleum manufacturers. This is a pass-through tax on every American. These processors of oil and petroleum products will most definitely pass the cost to value-added manufacturers of all kinds and virtually every consumer. So on top of the self-imposed runaway inflation of everything from food and clothes and fuel for our vehicles and our homes, we will add yet another layer of cost. And why? Because 90% of all the products we as Americans use have some petrochemical component part. They are made from hydrocarbons. The glasses some of you are wearing, our clothes, our computers, our cell phones. And Mr. Chairman, even the important materials for infrastructure like steel and plastics and cement, the critical public health products and medical supplies that we've desperately needed throughout this pandemic also have petrochemical bases. PPEs and ventilators, hand sanitizers, and N95 masks, and again, medical supplies, pharmaceutical products like aspirin or heart valves, IV bags. The list is extensive, and in fact, I have a Department of Energy document that you can get off the website that lists all of these petrochemical products. And I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, ask for unanimous consent to submit this for the record.
So ordered.
So amidst the runaway inflation and higher prices for both consumers and our small businesses, I ask my colleagues to support my amendment and prevent the government from forcing Americans to spend more money than they have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Point of order has been withdrawn, and I recognize Mr. Blumenauer to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've been here before. I have made the point that we, in establishing the Superfund program, we established a bargain. We provided a super fund to help areas that deal with the toxic legacy of the petrochemical industry, helping local communities clean up after this mess. Was financed by a tiny tax that was approved on a bipartisan basis back in the 80s. Unfortunately, the funding mechanism expired, leaving the burden on local communities. As I mentioned, 1 in 4 Americans lives within 4 miles of a hazardous waste site. And with the expiration of the Superfund, more and more of this burden has been shifted to local communities, and we have a number of orphan sites that it is a result of pollution from the petrochemical industry, but we don't have anybody who's responsible for it. The perfectly reasonable approach was to have a small amount of resources collected by the industry that profited by that to clean up after themselves. The principle of polluter pays. Now, the failure to have reenacted the the Superfund tax, has shifted this burden. Many cases, we have people who we just can't identify somebody who's responsible. We don't have money in the Superfund, and it's delayed cleanup. It's put community health at risk, and it's put an undue burden on people who didn't profit from this, but they are stuck with liability. I would note that we gave a CERCLA exemption to the industry when we put this agreement together. This is a drag on economic development. It's a threat to community health. And I would point out that many of these sites are in areas with disadvantaged populations, communities of color, low-income people, people that we just sort of turned our backs on because we felt, well, they could endure this toxic legacy. The Superfund is designed to help do this. Now, it's possible that we have to work to make sure that the Superfund is spent appropriately, but I think we can do that if we get to the point where we reestablish the principle of polluter pays. The congressional leadership and the Democratic Party is in support of it. It is something that is supported by the Biden administration. It has overwhelming public support. And if you talk to the people in your communities that are enduring in the toxic legacy from this industry from the past, you will find they want help cleaning this up. So
will the gentleman
we've been
yield?
through this before.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I would be happy to.
Well, I just wanted to say personally, I have a community in North Birmingham that's literally been living under a Superfund site, and the cleanup effort has been sparse. Why? Because no funds are available in order to do that cleanup. So I just wanted to to echo your concerns by giving a real example of the communities of North Birmingham that are literally, have lead not only in their water, but toxins all throughout their backyard that cannot be cleaned up because there's no money in the Superfund to actually do this. So I echo your concerns. Environmental injustice occurs and is reoccurring because we're not doing anything about cleaning up those sites. And I yield back.
I appreciate the gentlelady's clarification, putting a human face on this. This will give us an opportunity to be able to deal with the environmental and economic justice, not leaving people behind. It will accelerate cleanup. It will move us away from endless litigation, which is often the case when you can't pin somebody with responsibility and there's no fund. So we end up oftentimes spending huge amounts of money and not cleaning anything up, and the community continues to live with it. I strongly urge rejection of this ill-advised amendment.
Thank the gentleman. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on Mr. Arrington's amendment? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, is recognized.
So we have been here before, and as noted earlier today, not one dime of these Superfund taxes are allocated in this bill for Superfund cleanup. That is a bait and switch of the funding from this program. First, the impact is that it drives up prices on working families, and right now they are suffering so deeply from Biden inflation. Prices are rising twice as fast as paychecks, and we saw today prices rose in August the fastest in 13 years. In July, the fastest in 30 years. So this is hurting people of color, families with low income, folks just trying to scrape by, and Mr. Arrington's trying to avoid that Biden inflation by suspending these so we don't add more burdens to them. Again, I think it's important to note that none of these dollars go to the Superfund cleanup site in this bill. With that, I would yield to Mr. Arrington if he seeks time.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member Brady. You nailed it on the one remaining concern, which is if people share such conviction as Mr. Blumenauer articulated, and I think articulated well, why aren't we making sure that the money goes where the concern is? So I'm sort of at a loss of words for something so simple to connect those basic dots in this. But I'm afraid no matter what happens, this will be a layer of tax and inflation and burden, again, heaped on the backs of working families. So thank you for that. I yield back.
Question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a record vote.
A request for a recorded vote has been made by Mr. Smith, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis
Kind,
votes
no.
no.
Mr. Kind is recorded as no. Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? No. Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady.
Mr. Brady?
Aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Do not have record.
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Aye. Mr. Rice votes aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Byer? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Who's making the request?
Schweikert.
Oh, Mr. Schweiker is making the request. Would the clerk report how Mr. Schweiker is reported?
Mr. Schweikert is not recorded. Mr. Schweikert votes yes.
Hold on 1 second. Do we
Yep.
have any?
What are we waiting on? Fire? You said? Okay. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 nays and 18 ayes.
24 noes and 18 ayes. The amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Hard to turn down that suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Rice has an amendment at the desk, and Mr. Thompson is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The gentleman from California has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is passed out, Mr. Rice will be recognized on his amendment.
We're switching our order up.
So, Mr. Rice, if I may, Mr. Chairman, communicate with Mr. Rice. So we are attempting to consolidate some amendments and have reordered things. If I could ask you to withdraw that amendment at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw this amendment at this time.
Thank you, sir. And we'll be
Without
back to you.
objection. Does the ranking member still need some time here?
Mr. Rice, your original amendment, as proposed, is ready to be offered. So let me cut you loose for this, sir.
The gentleman is recognized. Oh.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Rice, you are recognized on your amendment. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman has reserved a point of order, and we will pause to pass out the amendment. Mr. Rice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is simple. The SALT deduction is a massive tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. 90% of the benefit of the SALT deduction goes to the top 10% of income earners. Over 50% of the benefit of the SALT deduction goes to income earners in the top 1%. This amendment would make permanent the $10,000 cap on SALT for joint filers above $1 million in adjusted gross income, $500,000 for individuals. And it would use the revenue from the cap to extend the standard deduction up through 2030. While this bill does not include any adjustments to the cap, the Democrats have promised to include, quote, meaningful SALT cap relief in the final bill. If that happens, that will be a gracious tax cut for millionaires and billionaires. Before Republicans transformed our broken tax code, taxpayers have the choice of either taking the standard deduction while filing their taxes or itemizing. That would have applied to the great majority of taxpayers. Itemizing is confusing, costly, and a lot of work. In tax reform, we doubled the standard deduction. This not only gave workers more say over their own money, but it made the tax filing process simpler for millions of Americans. One of the ways that we were able to double the standard deduction was by placing a reasonable $10,000 cap on the amount of state and local taxes one could deduct from their federal returns. The SALT cap benefited high income earners and those who owned expensive property. For example, a pizza shop in Florida should not be responsible for lowering a hedge fund manager's penthouse taxes in New York. But that's what the SALT deduction did, and if some of my colleagues had their way, would do again. Some members from high tax states will argue that by capping the regressive tax break, we will hurt families in their states, since more taxpayers will now choose to take the standard deduction rather than itemized. By placing a cap on the SALT deduction to let middle-class families keep more of what they earned is important. That's why my amendment applies only to millionaires. The amendment ensures that we put the middle class, whether they be residents of Florence, South Carolina, or Orlando, Florida, or Plainville, New York, or even Patterson, New Jersey, before the interest of millionaires. If my Democrat colleagues are sincere in their efforts to support the middle class, they will support this amendment. It only applies to millionaires. Last night, we saw our esteemed colleague, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, attend the Met Gala wearing a dress emblazoned with the slogan, "Tax the Rich." If my colleagues really want to tax the rich, they should vote for my amendment. If they vote it down, they will officially claim the title, Party of the Rich. Again, the extension of the SALT cap would only apply to people earning over $1 million a year. I urge its adoption, and I yield back.
Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I believe Patterson, New Jersey would like to be heard from. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Now, first of all, I want to thank the chairman for joining me in reiterating our commitment to relieving taxpayers from the onerous and unfair SALT cap written by our Republican friends in 2017 to impose deliberate pain on our constituents. The revenue raised from doing away with the deduction, and of course then we went to the threshold of $10,000. The revenue raised paid for their tax cuts, the Republican tax cuts, to their donors. That's not quoting me. That's what you guys and gals said about it. You got to find the lowest hanging fruit. We'll take that, and we make sure our donors are happy about what we've done. Those were your words. I think they're great. Tells us where you are. That's honesty. You can't deny your honesty. And this is where it's at. Double taxation by any name, I'm against. Taxed twice. Once at the state level and again at the federal without the deduction. Where did the deduction came from? The Civil War. Because they knew that most of the money is going to be spent on the war. Hospitals would not be built, roads would not be built. The localities are going to get the worst end of the stick. Read how this deduction came into being. And that's the first one you went after. Although you've been talking about it the last several years, you want to do away with all deductions. That's where you're heading. That's where you're heading. The only thing about this deduction, what makes it interesting, is not only is it double taxation, but folks moving into the middle class, when they buy their homes, they don't necessarily buy the home because this deduction exists down the road for them, but it sustains them in their house if they can deduct that mortgage and what they're paying in taxes. And by the way, you mentioned today the cops and the firemen and teachers. I mentioned this before. You raised the taxes on those very people in 2017 by not allowing them to go beyond the $10,000 in terms of deduction. If that wasn't a tax increase, I don't know what is. And you bragged about helping about the middle class. Well, you talk to the middle class out there. And, you know, I don't say this with glory, but I'll tell you one thing. It didn't help you in the election of 2018. And you figure that a tax cut's got to help. So the question is, do we preserve this? Do we go back to where we were? Do we allow people to live in their homes without having problems and then losing the home? And do you agree with me that double taxation is never acceptable? And I know both parties have endeared themselves with double taxation through the years. No one's denying that. But the lowest fruit. Now, there's many people who have lucrative salaries that take advantage of this. There's no question about it. And they cited the 12 states where this is the most significant. But it's getting more significant in other states that aren't included in the 12 blue states. What do you know about that? Because whether you're red or blue, you could take advantage of that deduction so more money can go to your locality for its services, for its police, for its fire, for its teachers, et cetera, et cetera. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud about this issue more than any other this year because I think it highlights where we should be in protecting the taxpayer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues. This is a debate that I think is important to have. The salt cap and how it was derived, I think, was a thoughtful approach. I recall my time interacting with colleagues both on the city council and in the state legislature. I remember most vividly when some of my colleagues in the state legislature wanted to vote to raise taxes that would result in property tax increases. They said, well, it's tax deductible at the federal level. Effectively, licensed to raise taxes because it was deductible at another level. I certainly want to be sensitive to my colleague's assertion that the salt tax is double tax and that he's opposed to all double taxation. I would hope that he would perhaps reconsider his position on the death tax, the estate tax. That's a double tax in many forms.
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet, sir. I know that it's been mentioned that we want to get rid of tax havens. Well, actually, one of the most common and accessible tax havens right now would be electric vehicles that don't have to pay the fuel tax like the rest of us do to pay for the same roads that electric vehicles are driven on. That discussion for another time, perhaps. But when we discuss the SALT cap, I think it's important to note that a state that chooses to increase taxes on their own citizens, that needs to stand on its own and not all of a sudden be made more appealing because federal tax policy allows its deduction. When you look at the overall And I come from a state that has significant property taxes and a state income tax and a state sales tax and a local city sales tax. So I know what paying local taxes is about. But I think this debate, in terms of where the benefits of a repeal of the SALT deduction would end up, and I'll be presenting this in a few minutes on the next amendment, it is abundantly clear that it is not just the mildly wealthy, but it is the super wealthy who benefit the most, and disproportionately, I would add, and that this policy, I think it's important that we have this exchange. It's important that we have this dialogue because there is I think a disproportionate distribution, perhaps, if that's the right terminology, that is local taxation from one state to another, and we ought not make some benefit better than others, more than others, simply because there would be this deduction that would be restored that would end up helping and pretty much only helping the super wealthy. And it's not like there's a chunk of the middle class that would benefit greatly from a repeal of the SALT cap. It's the wealthiest, like I said, the super wealthy who benefit the most, especially when you break down what is paid in terms of state income taxes and the amounts and the progressivity associated with that. So let's have this debate. Let's have this exchange. This is something that the American people, I think, have a grasp of, and we should welcome the exchange that we can have. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you know, this is a very important topic that I've been discussing for some time, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to discuss it today. First, let's talk about the history of the state and local tax deduction. When the United States of America started a federal tax code, there was a lot of complaints from governors and from mayors saying, listen, we don't want a federal tax. We want to have state and local control the way we've had it since the beginning of our nation. And we don't want the federal government to take the long arm of the federal government, reach into our state and local governments, and make it less appealing for us to do the things we want to do at our local level. And the argument was made at that time, no, we understand that state and local governments are sacrosanct. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle argue conveniently when they want to for federalism. They said state and local governments are sacrosanct. You have the authority to decide what to do at the local level. We will have a deduction for state and local taxes so that you are not prevented from doing the programs that you think are best for your local governments. And that's why for 100 years in the history of the United States of America, we had a state and local tax deduction. This was ripped away in 2017. And my colleagues on the other side have boasted about the fact that this hurts democratic states. They've boasted about the fact that people leave my state and move to their states because of this. After a system being built for 100 years in the United States of America, based upon the power of state and local governments to be the laboratories of democracy, for them to come up with different ideas as to what's the best way to manage their state and local governments, it was ripped away in the 2017 tax bill purposefully to hurt states like mine. Despite the fact that the decisions we've made in states like mine have made us one of the most productive economies in the world. That's why New York State, my state, is the largest net donor to the federal government. We send more money to the federal government than we get back than any other state in the United States of America. Why? Because we pay our teachers, because we have a mass transit system that's unrivaled, because we try to address what our people want, because they're concerned about things like climate change, because we insure our children. These policies that we've done in the laboratories of democracy in our states have resulted in us being the biggest net donors to the federal government. And then after exercising this power over 100 years, it was taken away in a cruel political ploy in the GOP 2017 tax bill. There was talk that Mr. Pasquarello had earlier about teachers and firefighters. I have here, Mr. Chairman, 9 letters that I would like submitted for the record.
So ordered.
From different organizations in support of full repeal of the state and local tax deduction. One letter is from the American Federation of Teachers, talking about how this affects their members.
Thank you, just in time.
One is from the International Association of Firefighters. Another is from the United States Conference of Mayors. Another letter is in favor of full repeal is from the National Association of Counties. Another letter is from the AFSCME. Another is from the National Association of Realtors, because of this encourages home ownership throughout the entire country. Another is from the Public Employee Federation. Another is from the National Education Association. Another is from the National League of Cities. All of these organizations agree that it's not fair. It's not fair to tax people on taxes they've already paid. It's not fair to take away a system on which economies were built for 100 years, to take away that deduction after relying upon it for such a long period of time. It's not fair that the largest net donors to the federal government, states like mine, are the ones being penalized under this cap. Mr. Chairman and my colleagues, I urge you to vote no on this amendment. And I look forward to the future amendments that we will continue to oppose that attempt to make permanent this $10,000 cap that is so unfair to so many Americans, including in states like mine. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask my 2 colleagues, New York and New Jersey, if you feel some heat, obviously you do, you think it's unfair about the taxes, and I hear what you're saying, but yet, when you add it all up, you're 60%, you're looking to raise capital gains, and these are the people that are going to be paying it. The people you're talking about, that most of them, maybe not all of them, but most of them are the ones that are going to be, if they're concerned about that, you're raising their capital gains tax. Probably most of them have a business in the city or Jersey or whatever. From a pass-through standpoint, that's going to go up substantially. You're going to raise the estate taxes. And again, my math might be wrong. I'd be glad to share it with you. But the people you're talking about, they're at 60%. That's the numbers I have based on the tax policies you're putting in place. So it doesn't make any sense. If you think you've got heat now, wait until they better understand the taxes that are coming their way in terms of the whole package, and then you add salt on top of it. And, you know, I know Florida's growing and grown a lot in the last 10 years. A lot of people are moving to Florida, but New York City, I love New York City. I mean, I've spent time there. I love going to New York. Friends of mine have made the argument it's the greatest city on the planet. But New Jersey's got a lot of positive things too. But let me just say, I just think if the salt thing's a big factor, all these other tax increases, I don't know how they could possibly, if they were concerned before, or they're moving to Florida or moving to Texas, they're going to be a lot more moving if all this gets enacted. But I'd give you the balance of my time. I want you to explain how you can make the argument on salt. I hear what you're saying, 100-year history, but yet at the same time, you're getting ready to raise taxes on everything else that they might be involved in. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Buchanan. I really appreciate you yielding the rest of your time to me. Let me make this very clear. This is not about heat that we're getting from wealthy constituents. This is not about heat that we're getting from people whose taxes we're raising. We are raising taxes on the wealthiest Americans because we believe that that's fair to do that. The state and local tax deduction is about not making it more attractive to live in other states versus our states after we've enacted these progressive policies over the course of 100 years. Suddenly, the rules of the game have been changed. Let's change everything to try and gain political advantage is what happened in 2017. And when we raised taxes on those making the most money, which you reduced the taxes. You do reduce the highest rate from 39.6 down to 37%. We're proposing increasing it back to 39.6. In fact, we're proposing a surcharge on people who make over $5 million a year. That same revenue that is being generated should be used to put the fairness back in the system to try and make it so that all Americans are protected. So that the middle-class family, you know, people talk about the top 20% of America and how they're getting so much of the benefit if we change the state and local tax cap. Well, in my part of the world, a teacher and a firefighter are making $150,000, maybe even $200,000 a year in their household. Now, I know that seems extraordinary to Mr. Kern from Oklahoma or to other colleagues from Nebraska or from South Carolina or from other communities. I understand that. Our cost of living is higher where we live. Those folks are middle-class families that are paying for homes that are more expensive, that have higher local taxes, that have more benefits that are provided as far as the progressive programs. We understand that. It's more expensive where we are. They're middle-class people. But it's worked. It's worked for 100 years to the point that we are viewed as one of the economic engines of the world. New York City is considered the capital of the world. Right now, we're hurting because so many people are not coming to visit us because of COVID. We need to try and build up this economic engine that has supported the rest of the country for decades and continue to have it be the economic engine that has supported the country for decades. Changing the rules of the game, as you did back in 2017, unfairly, to put in place changes to the tax code, many of which we're trying to reverse as part of this reconciliation bill, just wasn't fair. And we need to restore that fairness. This is not about wealthy constituents saying, hey, look out for me. We have to look out for all of our constituents. We need to look out for our states. I yield back.
Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is about fairness, and this is about how we treat every individual, every family on every rung of the economic ladder. But my colleagues are offering amendment after amendment. The ones on the Republican side are offering amendment after amendment, trying to act like they're for the little guy, trying to act like they're for working families, trying to act like they didn't have an opportunity to do this when they controlled the House, the Senate, and the White House. But they did choose a Republican tax plan with Donald Trump that prioritized corporations, the extremely wealthy, over families and the working class, over and over and over again. I like their names on their amendments. They sound great, but they're not fooling anybody. Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to add into a record some articles.
So ordered.
ProPublica, how the Trump tax law created a loophole that lets top executives net millions by slashing their own salaries. New York Times, how big companies won new tax breaks from the Trump administration. Rolling Stone, how Trump took the middle class to the cleaners. The president promised a return to shared prosperity, but the benefits of his economic policies only bubbled up to the richest. CBS News, 50 years of tax cut for the richest failed to trickle down, economic study says. Forbes, 5 good reasons it doesn't feel like the Donald Trump tax cuts benefited you, because the highest income groups benefited the most. Article after article demonstrates that the plan that they had passed wasn't meant for working class families. The top 1% of income earners in the country got $51,000 in tax breaks. The working class and everybody else got less than $1,000. And then when you divide it over paychecks, it felt like it was nothing. They had chances to vote with us when we did the American Rescue Plan that increased the income and boosted the income of the bottom 20% of all income earners in this country, but they chose not to. They continuously tried to offer amendment after amendment to try to fool the American people into believing what they did was a good thing, and it wasn't. So I know they get a little defensive. My Republican colleagues get a little defensive when we criticize their Donald Trump Republican tax plan. And I would get a little defensive too. But it's hard to defend the indefensible if that's what you authored and passed. So let's get on with this. Let's put a balance back into our tax code. Make sure that everybody has an opportunity to succeed. Let's repeal some of those giveaways to the largest corporations, and let's make sure that we do build back a better America and a more equitable America in the years to come. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, it's always fun hearing this because it's as if we all live in two parallel universes, but reality, after 2017 tax reform, the federal tax code was more progressive, meaning high income earners were paying a larger percentage of the federal income tax than before. I mean, I know people like to grab certain studies and this and that, but most of them have been debunked when you start to dial through them. To our friend from New Jersey, absolutely agree with you. Double taxation. But we're going to have an honest conversation about everything from dividends to estate to the fact that capital gains were mostly taxing inflation. Could you imagine the revolution would happen if we actually taxed true gain that wasn't double taxed? It would be a really interesting distributive model. But why this amendment is important? We had a conversation, God knows, a couple hours ago. For some of us trying to get our heads around the left's propensity to want to tax the rich and then turn around and hand them back money. And you can see the perversity of that from politics and other things. But could I beg of us, and I think this is something both sides could come up with, let's stop subsidizing the rich. The amendment basically just says, hey, as you go through this process, if you guys choose to add back SALT, don't give it to couples who make more than $1 million. Remember, the previous SALT deduction, the top 5% of the population, income-wise, got 82% of the benefit. You're absolutely duplicitous if you don't produce a hard cap on that dollar amount, because the majority of this benefit in previous years went to the ultra rich. I'm actually somewhat surprised that in the rhetoric so far in the discussion, my Democrat colleagues haven't been willing to admit that. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Gentlelady from Indiana is
Mr. Chairman.
recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Rice.
Gentlelady has yielded her time.
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Rice.
Walorski, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was going to remake the point that Mr. Schweikert just made very articulately, and that is that 56% of the benefit of the SALT deduction, 56% of it goes to the people in the top 1% of income earners. 82% goes to people in the top 5% of income earners. 96% of the benefit of this goes to people in the top 20% of income earners. Now, I know that some areas have more wealthy people and some areas have poorer people. I represent one of the poorest counties in South Carolina, Marion County. 30% of people live in poverty. The average wage is under $30,000 a year. Now, why in God's earth should those people subsidize millionaires and billionaires, subsidize their taxes? That makes absolutely no sense. You cannot explain this as a fairness issue. You cannot explain this as helping the middle class. That's nonsense. Here you're asking, all my bill says is keep the salt taxes, the cap is supposed to expire in 2025. Keep it permanently. That'll generate a whole lot of tax revenue because all those millionaires and billionaires won't be able to write off their taxes on their second home on the Cape. And use that money to keep the standard deduction in place so mom and pop in Marion County or in Nebraska or in New York or wherever else can write off $24,000 a year. It's not complicated. It's simple. All we're asking you to do is keep the cap in place for people who earn over $1 million a year. I don't care how you talk. I don't care how long it's existed. You're not gonna explain to the American people that people who make over $1 million a year are middle class. All we're saying is keep the SALT cap in place permanently and use it to fund tax reduction for the middle class. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield to Mr. Pasquale.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Well, numbers in and of themselves, unless they can relate to folks, I know the numbers in every state and how many people have requested that deduction. And I know if it's gone up, and I know if it's gone down. In a high tax state like New Jersey, and some of you say, well, because of ineptness, you have high taxes. But it's an entirely different population. Mrs. Swazi was talking about very, very, very specific, have a standard of living that is different, cost of living that is different. There are many reasons for that, whether it's density of population, whether it's income. And we don't have time for a sociology lesson here, but you understand, I believe, basically what I'm talking about. So if it's double taxation for middle class, it's double taxation for those who make $1 million or more dollars. And they have bigger houses, perhaps, or they live in a state like New Jersey, or they live in a state like Wyoming. So you have less people in Wyoming that apply for this deduction because there's less people in Wyoming and the standard of living is different. Doesn't make them better or worse, just as different. They have different needs, but it's still double taxation. And by the way, this is not 100 years old, it's 156 years old, this deduction. Stood on the books, and there was a darn good basic reason for it at the time. Now, maybe we'll get to the point, maybe, we say if you make X amount of dollars, you're not eligible, or you're going to be eligible for less. That's not the law right now. I'm not here to soak the rich. I've never believed in that philosophy at all. You may be able to get low-flying fruit on the vine, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here for fairness. Just like there are 48 more states that pay less in federal taxes than New Jersey. And we've been at that position for quite a long time. So you can understand why some of our folks say, you know, these moocher states have a hell of a nerve to talk about New York, New Jersey, Illinois, California. And we were listed as the blue states, and during that debate in 2017, many of you made it quite clear that the reason why we're going after these states is they're blue states. God, if we would have ever said that about red states, we'd be damn wrong. We'd be damn wrong. Bigger homes, bigger income. The numbers in each state are very interesting because in the states that aren't among the top 12, the number is rising as to who's going to apply, who applies for that deduction, even though it's now only $10,000 threshold. but we shall see what comes up in the future. I just ask, and I've looked at this very, very carefully. Believe me, I just want fairness, and the people in my state are not being treated fairly, and they're paying too many taxes. So what you did in 2017 was raise the taxes, not only for the billionaire, but the policeman on the beat who's got to make ends meet in a high tax state. Yet we did not lose population from 10 years ago, like many predicted. So fairness is a real great goal to strive for. And I will continue to do that, and I will continue to listen to you, and I hope you listen a little bit to me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mr. Brady's recognized on the amendment.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief, Mr. Chairman. This is a simple amendment. It's a $300 billion tax cut for low and middle income families. In our view, as Republicans, all of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, individual and small business provisions should be extended permanently because of how it lifted so many million Americans out of poverty, raised the middle class up, and made us the most competitive economy in the world. Nonetheless, what this simple amendment does is prevent huge tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires in the future and extends the zero tax bracket for those who count on it the most, low, middle-income families. It is a $300 billion tax cut for the middle class. We are not, and you know, we did not target blue states. Texas is a donor state. We have high property taxes. We're impacted as well. What we knew under the old tax code is that that unlimited cap subsidized the wealthy, and it was plain to see. Today, nearly 90% of Americans don't itemize. So lifting the SALT cap means zero for them. They get nothing. In fact, estimates are the middle class get $10 a year from lifting the SALT tax. So in effect, if you repeal SALT, the family in the penthouse gets a huge tax break. The janitor cleaning it gets zero. This is our amendment prioritizes bricklayers and bartenders over billionaires. Did we focus on blue states purposely? No. We created the $10,000 figure by taking the average state and local deduction across America, and we doubled it. So if you're above that, you're either doing pretty well, or you lived in a state that brutally taxed families and local businesses. We use those dollars to lower tax rates for low-income and middle-class families. Double dipping is a myth. The truth of the matter is state and local governments, I was a city councilman and a state legislator, so I know we provide different services than the federal government. We do parks and schools and clean up the trash. Federal government doesn't do that. There is no double dipping here. What I worry about the most is, besides huge tax breaks for the millionaires, if we repeal SALT, we'll give a green light for local governments to brutally tax their families and businesses even higher. And I worry, I've seen over the decades, these are great states, New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, these are terrific states, but boy, you are bleeding people. Those are the 4 states millennials are fleeing the fastest. And a lot of wealthy were leaving these states a long time before Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The bottom line is, and as we now know, those states also saw their revenues grow after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act because our economy grew so much. Having said all that, I think this is an amendment that's very simple. You can stand up for huge tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, or you can extend the zero tax bracket, the one most important to low and middle income class families in America. I think we ought to stand with those low and middle income taxpayers. They matter the most. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, would you yield for 30 seconds?
If the chairman allows.
Yes.
I just want to say, Mr. Ranking Member, that if you want to not give tax breaks to millionaires, You should support the increase from 37 to 39.6. You should support the 3% surcharge on people who make over $5 million a year.
Will the gentleman
If you
yield?
want to help, if you want to, yes, I will, one moment. If you want to help low and moderate income people,
Mr. Brady
you'll
controls the
support.
time, yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying, but my question is, why are you giving them a tax haven? If you don't vote for
This
this,
is
you're
designed-
in effect giving them a $300 billion tax haven against these tax increases.
Will the
How
gentleman
does that
yield?
work? Look, and in fact, I didn't say that. The Liberal Tax Policy Center described it as a tax haven for the wealthy.
Will the
So I
gentleman
might
yield?
ask you the same thing. Why are you pushing for such big tax breaks for millionaires and a tax haven against these other individual tax increases?
Will the gentleman yield for his last 10
Sure.
seconds?
Yes, sir.
Please consider supporting the child tax credit to help working families. Please support the earned income tax credit for working families. Please support the efforts that we're doing to try and help the working people that you want to stand up for.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Rice. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Brady would like a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Rice votes aye.
Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Schweikert? Aye. Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes aye. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Aye. Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chair, I have 24 noes and 18 ayes.
Being 24 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment.
Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. The gentleman will pass out, once the amendment is passed out, he'll be recognized. The gentleman is recognized, speaking his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill in front of us today doesn't do anything to actually touch the state and local tax deduction, yet the chairman has said he is committed to meaningful SALT relief. And the senator from New Jersey actually last night stated that the final tax plan must have SALT cap repeal, full SALT cap repeal, I would add. What are we doing here if not marking up the bill intended to become law? If my Democratic colleagues are so committed to repealing the SALT cap, why are they not doing it in the bill in front of us right here today? Perhaps would it be that they don't want to mention, they don't want anyone to mention how more than half of the benefit goes to the top 1%, not the top 10%, not the top 20%, the top 1%. In TCJA, we put reasonable limitations on the state and local tax deductions so that working families all across America wouldn't be subsidizing the federal tax bill for wealthy landowners on the coasts. My amendment proposes to redirect this giveaway to the rich. This amendment will actually make the SALT cap permanent for those making over $1 million, and the revenue will go toward funding cancer moonshot research and investing in future treatment and cures for cancer, something the Democrats' drug pricing scheme certainly will not do. I think it's important to note this chart breaks down by quintile. The bottom quintile, second quintile, middle quintile, fourth quintile, and then the fifth quintile together make up these three lines. You'll see that the top 1%, the benefit from a repeal of the SALT cap would be $35,000 going to the top 1%. You back that down just a little bit to the 90th to 99th percentile, that's $2,400. We talk about the middle class, that middle quintile of income, $15. $15 of a benefit. I think we need to discuss this. Obviously, there is diverse thought on both sides of the aisle here, both ends of the dais here today. These are issues, like I said earlier, that need a discussion perhaps. But this is what it looks like when you break it down. And I think according to news reports, folks across the political spectrum actually agree that this distributional impact is something that we all should recognize, and that we should probably keep the cap on the SALT deduction at $10,000. As Mr. Brady pointed out earlier, that was derived from looking all across America. The average SALT deduction was $5,000, so we doubled it 4 years ago. I think that's a reasonable and thoughtful approach to make sure that there's some relief there. There's a leveling among states with that cap. But if some states choose policies that drive up their taxes, they shouldn't have the rest of us pay for that. And if some states feel that they are donor states or overly so in that direction, they can address that. They can address that here probably with the progressivity of the tax code. I'm not necessarily endorsing that strategy right now, but these are discussions that we need to have, and this is the illustration of what repealing the SALT cap would do. That sounds to me like it's in the works now, just given what has been said both here in committee today as well as what has been said in the Senate and certainly my House colleagues who are digging in pretty deep in terms of their demands for a full repeal of the SALT cap. So if we fully repeal the SALT cap, the top 1% would be getting about more than $35,000 in benefit. I don't think that's what we should be doing here today, but let's make the SALT cap permanent and take a step in the right direction of saying, hey, these resources, rather than giving them disproportionately to certain states, the benefits, let's help taxpayers and the American people with cancer research that could actually save taxpayer dollars in a big way. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized on the amendment. Mr. Pasquale.
Mr. Chairman, it gets better and better. If this isn't disingenuous, I don't know what the heck is. And then you put in there, we're going to turn out to be, Mr. Chairman, at the end of this discussion, we're against cancer research. That's how you operate. Tell me different. Tell me different. On the lack of a SALT resolution here, I made no secret that removing the SALT cap imposed by Republicans is one of my absolute top priorities. And I don't yield, you know that. I'm not going to give up on this. It has left enormous damage on the people of New Jersey, in my district. So everybody likes to talk about their district like there's no United States here. In my district alone, it's not 30% or 40% that apply for this deduction. What we are considering this week is a big step and an important step, but it isn't the final step. We're committed to enacting a law that will include meaningful SALT relief. This remains in play, and don't kid yourself that it doesn't. And Mr. Chairman, I might add, although this is not in the legislation at all, the stepped-up basis. As a sponsor of that legislation, to end the stepped-up basis loophole, or what I call the billionaire's bonanza loophole, since today, all of a sudden, we've concerned ourselves about the poor and the middle class. Maybe this is a reincarnation. Maybe it's a miracle. We got interested. Democrats are in favor of the billionaires, not us. Not us. Oh, forget about that legislation in 2017. That was, you know, campaign. Democrats, Republicans. Taxes on inheritances. You know, we figured that out. Farmers were like 0.00. You want to get into that debate too? I'd give some farmers a free ride on that one. That's not what we're here to discuss. So, Mr. Chairman, it's never over till it's over, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that we will come to some resolution. Thank you. I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, to speak on the amendment.
Who's talking?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Different states do different approaches to taxing their residents, and as we've talked a lot about SALT today, you know, some of the states tax more in income, some states tax more property tax, other states with a lot of tourism use sales and hotel taxes. The federal government shouldn't dictate to how states tax or what approaches they use. You know, what we're really talking about is that this amendment will keep the top 1% from getting the tax cut, and instead that money will be used to help fund cancer research. Something that makes more sense when we're looking at how do we find more cures, How do we make sure that we have treatment for individuals moving forward? In my home state of Kansas, we'd have to pay more federal income tax because the top 1% don't pay. And that's the intention of our graduated tax system. It's designed to make sure that the top wage earners in the country pay more of the federal income tax. I support this amendment, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to do the same. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on this. Illinois, like many of the other states that have been talking about the unfair aspects of the SALT cap, sends more money to the federal government than we get back. The fact is, we are subsidizing the other states, not the other way around. As my colleague just mentioned from Kansas just mentioned, different states take different approaches in how they fund their government, how they fund the priorities of the people of their state. And within local communities among those states, they take different approaches to how they fund it. My state, Illinois, my communities in Illinois take the approach of using property tax and state income tax to fund our schools, our park districts, the things that make a difference in people's lives. And I agree with my colleague from Kansas. The federal government shouldn't dictate how each state or each community raises the funds to do the things that are the priorities for its citizens. But nor should they penalize them. And I think that's why this is seen as such an unfair tax and why I support the repeal of the SALT tax. But with respect to this specific amendment, and I say this with all respect, this is a gotcha amendment. It's not really trying to achieve anything. It's not going to go anywhere. But I think we can all agree the importance of investing in cancer research. And I want to extend an olive branch and say I am willing to work with any and all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to try to make sure we put more money into cancer research. I say that as the son of a breast cancer survivor, thankfully 8 years since having cancer. My sister is a thyroid cancer survivor. My wife's sister is in the midst of fighting stage 4 lung cancer. Cancer affects each and every family across this country in one way or the other. I suspect everyone on this committee knows somebody has a loved one or a friend who is fighting cancer or tragically has lost a battle to cancer. We shouldn't be making this a gotcha amendment. We shouldn't be playing games here. What we should be doing is finding ways to work together. And so, like I said before, I'm willing to work together. Let's find ways to hit the moonshot, to win the war against cancer, and bring something good to all of our constituents. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pasquale, I'd like to respond. Ask us to tell you different. You said it was disingenuous, this amendment, and that Republicans would not support funding for cancer research. And I want to say that is unequivocally false. At least in my case, I have multiple times advocated and supported for increased research for cancer and funding for cancer research, I should say, and for other diseases. I think taxpayer dollars should be used to improve the lives of all Americans. And according to the data from the National Cancer Institute, nearly 2 million Americans will be diagnosed with cancer this year. And more than 600,000 people will lose their battle to this deadly disease. Now, put that in perspective, that's about the same amount of people that have lost their lives to COVID in the past 18 months. That's every year in cancer. Cancer impacts every one of our lives. I lost both of my parents to cancer, and I know that my personal experience is all too common. But thanks to world-class medical research, pharmaceutical development, we're making strides towards boosting cancer survival rates, and I'm really proud of the work being achieved in my home state of Pennsylvania. The Commonwealth has a thriving life sciences industry, life-changing breakthroughs in treatments and cures for some of the rarest cancers and other diseases. They're being discovered right in my district's backyard. In fact, the southeast region of Pennsylvania has been nicknamed the Silicon Valley as the Commonwealth leads the nation in cell and gene therapy R&D. These breakthroughs are giving patients a second shot at life. Researchers at the University of Pennsylvania are pioneering cell therapy advancement after they found a way to genetically modify T cells and retrain them to attack cancer. This CAR T cell therapy is boosting survival rates across the nation for patients with rare non-Hodgkin lymphoma. Another great discovery was born out of the Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania, or Philadelphia, or CHOP, when a prominent gene therapeutics company collaborated with CHOP, and as a result, the first cure for genetic blindness is now on the market. Dozens of Pennsylvania companies are committed to the rare disease space and are using their promising developments in gene therapies to find cures for fatal diagnoses. If it isn't a cure, Pennsylvania's biopharmaceutical industry leaders are also inventing treatments to delay the progression of aggressive cancers and extend the lives of millions of patients. I know increasing access to treatment is a deeply personal priority for this administration, for President Biden. During his time as vice president, he spearheaded efforts to launch the Cancer Moonshot Initiative. Many of the discoveries I mentioned moments ago were born out of that federally funded scientific partnership and collaboration, just like the Moonshot envisioned. But these endeavors come with great risk. For every new promising drug that emerges, there will be countless others that fail. Many find the risk a worthy endeavor, even if failure is a result, because our nation's healthcare system prioritizes innovation. Yet this critical life-saving work is about to come to a crashing halt if the cancerous drug pricing provisions included in this bill make it into law. Inappropriate drug pricing policies will hurt the rare disease community the most. The drug pricing scheme my Democrat colleagues are seeking to enact within this bill have been found to result in fewer cures for patients today and in the future. That fact's indisputable. This provision will also cost jobs, by the way. According to a study from Vital Transformation, H.R. 3 will cost nearly 1 million jobs nationwide, with more than 60,000 lost in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I ask myself, why would my colleagues across the aisle want to stifle innovation to lower drug costs when there are alternatives, such as H.R. 19, the Lower Costs, More Cures Act, that offer bipartisan solutions to lower drug costs without compromising innovation or access to life-saving cures? Why? The answer appears to be to pay for a tax break for the wealthy donors. This SALT tax, we know it benefits the wealthy donors. This amendment would take those dollars by making that permanent and help Americans all across the country to lead better lives and to live. So it's plain and simple. Cancer impacts all American families. SALT does not. This is a good amendment, and I urge my colleagues to vote for this. It's common sense. It's fair. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see, I've been watching this. I wasn't around in 2017 when the Tax Cut and Jobs Act was done, but I'm glad to see my Democrat colleagues. They recognize when you increase taxes, remove deductions, and add restrictions, people leave. They leave those states. They leave the high tax burden states like New York and California, and they go to places like Oklahoma, Nebraska, and South Carolina, where the tax burden is lighter. People do what it takes to keep money in their pockets, whether it's moving their families to the Midwest or moving their families overseas. And my colleagues, I appreciate their passion, and they know that people leave. That's what this is all about. And they know it personally because in this latest census, they've lost a member of Congress from California and New York because the people are leaving. And right now, Oklahoma's top import is coming from California. They're bringing their families here. They're bringing their businesses here. And they've become incredible neighbors and friends and active members of our community because they see benefits of a free state. So I just want to say thank you for that. Our colleague, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, has repeatedly spoken out against repealing the SALT cap, saying that it would be a giveaway to the rich. There are very few things we agree on, but she is absolutely correct on this. Bernie Sanders has felt the same way and has been highly critical of the efforts to repeal the SALT cap, arguing that it, quote, sends a terrible, terrible message. You can't be on the side of the wealthy and the powerful if you're going to really fight for working families, end quote. The Speaker knows that their support for this bill is necessary, And what we all know, what we've been saying since we started this process, that she's been working to cut a deal. So the rhetorical question, I guess, is, so why are we discussing this today? Repealing SALT would, without a doubt, result in a massive tax break for the rich. Let me say that again. This would be a massive tax break on the rich, and the wealthiest Americans will only be the ones to see those benefits. So while Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is sipping champagne with celebrities and billionaires last night, she was wearing a dress that said tax the rich. And the irony of that was not lost on many Americans. It's been all over the news today. You see, while the Democrats, my colleagues across the aisle, pretend to be the party of the working class, they spend their free time with wealthy elites. So it's no wonder they're working so hard to give their celebrity friends in New York and Hollywood a tax cut. The Democrats' massive tax increases on small businesses and middle-class families because they wholeheartedly believe they don't pay their fair share, which is absolutely false. Today, we're debating these tax increases on small businesses and the middle class, yet my colleagues in this room want to give a tax break to the rich. Electric vehicle tax credits up to $800,000 in annual income, child tax care credits we talked about earlier in the committee hearings, to people making upwards of $500,000 a year. I've never seen anything more hypocritical in my life as what we're talking about here. Whether or not this is a tax cut for the wealthy is not up for debate. The evidence is clear. Restoring the full SALT deduction would cost $88.7 billion in lost revenue for 2021 alone. This initiative is especially egregious because in order to pay for this package, Democrats raised the corporate and individual tax rates, policies which would disproportionately hurt workers, consumers, retirees, and small businesses. Increasing taxes on these groups in order to pay for a tax cut for the wealthy is both hypocritical and an awful policy. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve the balance of my time. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time.
I'd like to reserve my time, sir.
Okay.
In case there's a question for me.
Okay. Why don't I recognize?
I'm sure there's,
No.
surely.
Okay.
I mean, people have been critical, Mr. Chairman, of Oklahoma, so I'd love to answer any questions.
Okay. So I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I got to say is I'm glad I'm in Missouri and I'm wearing my boots because listening to this discussion, we definitely need it. According to the reconciliation instructions, you all needed to raise $1.8 trillion in revenue. I got an idea for you. The way that you can raise $1 trillion in revenue is by just completely eliminating the SALT deduction altogether. Not where there's even a $10,000 cap, just where no one can use that tax deduction. If you do that, you'll raise $1 trillion. And let me tell you, then everyone's treated the same. Regardless of what state you live in, no one could use that deduction. And then you won't have to raise the taxes on working class Americans. Because guess what? 96% of the people that use that deduction are in the top 20%. Let's just be honest about it. You all say that you're the party of the working class. No, let's be serious about it. The way that you're governing with this $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, which is the largest spending bill in the history of the United States, and it's the largest tax increase in the history of the United States on working class Americans, what you're doing here is you're rewarding your political friends, your allies, and your donors, because it's okay to give tax breaks to the wealthy if they're your friends, if they're your constituents, if they're your donors. Regardless, it's okay. That's what your mindset is. Let me tell you, by making just the $10,000 deduction permanent, you'll save $100 billion a year where working class Americans aren't subsidizing the top 1%. So don't sit there and say that you're the party of the working class. Americans know that you're not. This bill is all about rewarding wealthy environmentalists with huge subsidies for environmental cars and other environmental policy. This bill is all about rewarding your wealthy individuals by giving them tax breaks. You know, and the child tax credit came up a little bit earlier. I offered an amendment in the last reconciliation bill back in the spring to make the child tax credit permanent. I offered to make it permanent because that was my legislation in the original Tax Cut and Jobs Act. It's been my legislation throughout the whole process. Guess what? Every Democrat on this committee, every one of you, you voted against it. We could have made the child tax credit permanent back in the spring, but because a Republican offered it and because Speaker Pelosi did not authorize it or say it's okay, you all voted against it. Well, guess what? Newsflash. This bill that you're working on right now, a couple senators are still going to have to rewrite it. You need to find out what Sinema and Manchin are going to do, and then that will decide whether you pass the legislation or not, because the legislation that we're seeing right now, it's going to be changed drastically in the Rules Committee. It's going to have to in order for you all to get all of your votes to pass it. You lose 4 Democrats, it's done. It's done. And you guys are in complete disarray over there. I mean, people may not want to talk about it, but you absolutely are. You're more disarray than the Republican Party ever was when we were in the majority. And I'm telling you, it's because you're fighting over what wealthy donor, what political friend that you all want to make sure you give your pet project, whether it's a $200 million park for Speaker Pelosi or whether it's electric vehicle tax credits for Amazon, or whether it's making sure that all of your wealthy constituents are getting a huge tax break. It's unacceptable. You're not the party of the working class, and you're definitely not fighting for the low income and working class. You're fighting for your political fringe, your allies, and your donors at the expense of the working class. You should be ashamed of yourself. I yield back.
The question is on agreeing to the amendment. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman. Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Brady has requested a recorded vote. Clerk will call the tally.
Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascrell, definite no.
Mr. Pascrell votes definitely no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins? Mr. Higgins? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no, but looks
Mr.
forward to
Schneider
working
votes
together
no.
on
Mr.
cancer research.
Swazi?
Swazi is also definitely no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
He votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Gomez, no. Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett?
Plaskett votes no.
Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Definitely yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith, absolutely yes.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Rice
votes
votes yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Is there an absolutely and definitely yes?
Mr. Hearn
We'll
votes
take
yes.
that one.
Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 24 noes and 18 yeses.
There being 24 noes and 18 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. This is Jody.
Mr. Arrington.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Thompson.
I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and the gentleman from Texas will be recognized as soon as the amendment is passed out.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is a sense of Congress that any final reconciliation package should not include the following: a repeal of the cap on state and local tax deductions, a repeal of the stepped up basis, or new IRS reporting requirements. And I must say, with respect to our Ways and Means markup, I'm encouraged by the fact that those provisions are not in this legislative text. And while I would also reiterate that Ways and Means is the jurisdiction for tax policy, should be protected as such. And I urge my colleagues to support this amendment to convey that the same sentiment that this is good tax policy for all Americans after all the considerations have been made, and that any changes are rightfully in the jurisdiction of Ways and Means. So that's my amendment, Mr. Chairman. I think so many of the points have already been made, and I don't want to belabor this on the SALT deduction. And I respect my friend, Mr. Swazi, and I appreciate his strong views on this. But he mentioned laboratories of democracy, and I think the founders did, in their brilliance and favor from God, come up with a pretty awesome system of federalism where there was delegated authority to states to chart their course in many respects. And I think that that in some ways, these laboratories of democracies at the state level are the only functioning and rational democracies left in America. And what I mean by that is we at the federal government have little to no considerations for the policies that we pass, the programs that we create. And this entire tax and spend bill is just one example in many. We won't pay for this, and we will load hundreds of billions of dollars every year in addition to the $1 trillion every year of deficit spending, because we won't offset it. We won't offset it with revenue. We won't offset it with spending cuts. But at the local and state level, they have to make those trade-offs. They have to decide if what they pass is a need or a want, if it's good for just a special interest group or just one segment of their society, or if it's a public good. That's healthy. That is a healthy democracy. I wish we had that dynamic at the federal level. Every state does, every local district does, every business, every family. So I think that my colleagues' arguments are good ones, but I would say they make the point that, and I'll quote somebody who wrote a very good op-ed on this issue. He said, defenders of these policies, talking about SALT deductions, need to face the basic question. If big government is so good, why aren't people willing to pay for it? Those considerations and those trade-offs are extremely healthy for a functioning democracy. And of course, the other piece is the stepped up basis. Mr. Chairman, I've said repeatedly, if that were ever repealed upon transfer of family farms or small businesses of any kind where folks have worked hard, saved, invested, and paid taxes, by the way, at every level of government, and then would have to pay the total unrealized gain at transfer upon death to their children, untenable, un-American. And I hope that that's not snuck back in here somewhere down the line. And that's why we would want to memorialize this sense of Congress and keeping that repeal of the stepped up basis out of this legislation down the road. And then the IRS reporting requirement, it's very simply overreaching. I think it's probably unconstitutional, but it certainly has major privacy concerns for all of us. And then you've got the many layers of reporting that community banks have to do, from HMDA data to Sarbanes-Oxley to Bank Secrecy Act to Patriot Act. So I think this is, I hope that and urge my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. I believe my colleague and friends, Mr. Arrington's amendment would not result in a change in revenues and outlays. Since that is the charge we have been given for the budget reconciliation process, I urge a no vote. And Mr. Thompson is
Withdraw my point of order.
withdrawn his point of order. Okay, thanks. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay. So the question is on agreeing to the amendment that was offered by Mr. Arrington. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Aye.
No.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote, please.
Mr. Brady has requested now a recorded vote. Good enough. Yep. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
Larson.
Mr. Larson?
Larson.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Mr. Evans?
No.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
She votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Yes.
Mrs. Miller votes yes. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett?
Hold on a second. Mr. Chair?
Yes? Is that,
How has Plaskett voted?
she hasn't.
Mr. Chair, is it possible to have Plaskett recorded as no?
Yes, it is entirely possible.
Ms. Plaskett
Thank
votes
you, Mr.
no.
Chair.
Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
It'd have been a fist fight. The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 17 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Thompson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order. Mr. Schweikert will be recognized as soon as his amendment is passed out. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I feel slightly guilty for the small tree we killed on this amendment.
Personally, and I know a couple of the conversations I've had in the side with a number of members here, actually from both sides, there is a discomfort in the part of the conversation we've been having about we're subsidizing the rich. Whether it be the electric vehicle, the solar panels, the battery walls, all these other things going on. I thought this was an elegant opportunity to take what is, for a true policy bill, Mr. Thompson, who's been kind enough to let me be the Republican lead, it's a good quality piece of legislation that is one of the most bipartisan in this body. What do we have? 86 House members, majority Democrat, 59 U.S. senators who are sponsors of it, split almost 50-50. And it would basically say, don't subsidize those who make over $400,000 a year to receive credits for buying an electric vehicle, for putting in their battery wall, for putting in solar panels. Take what you already have plugged into your spending here and use that money to expand access to telehealth. And you have a bipartisan piece of legislation here that actually seems to be one of the few things that I'm excited about, may make it through this year, and this would be a chance to move the resources to that. So access to telehealth, which we know when we've been looking at the charts, how amazing it's worked for the elderly, for those with geographic or mobility issues, and an opportunity to help our brothers and sisters on the other side not subsidize wealthy with a bunch of these tax credits. And that's the simplicity of this amendment. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman has yielded back, but does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order and
Gentleman
ask to be recognized on this amendment.
The gentleman from California is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman from Arizona is correct. I do have him as a Republican lead on a couple of my bills on telemedicine, something that I've worked on for a long time, going back to my days in the state Senate in California. And we all know how successful telehealth has been. Matter of fact, it was my legislation that was put into the COVID relief package that allowed Medicare benefactors to be able to use telehealth to avoid exposure at hospital sites. We've seen healthcare providers' numbers go through the ceiling in regard to the popularity of telemedicine. Saves money and it saves lives. And I think that this is a good measure for us to work on, but I don't think this is the place to do it. I don't think you just add it on as an amendment in a unrelated piece of legislation. So while I appreciate the gentleman's willingness to work on telemedicine, and I agree with him that we need to do a lot more of that, but I just don't think this is the place to do it. So I would urge a no vote and encourage the gentleman to continue to work with me as we promote telemedicine.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I totally agree with Congressman Thompson's analysis. I commend his leadership, and we've seen the impact on that to increase access to telemedicine. We have been able to provide tremendous benefit for people who have mobility problems, people who are in remote areas. We're all committed to it, and we've already seen investments, and I think we're going to see more. But as a practical matter, what this would do is not move us further in terms of telemedicine, what we're working on, but it would undermine the efforts to accelerate the agenda to meet our low-carbon future goals. These are existentially important. We have wildly popular programs, great support, significant public engagement. We're watching the opportunity to make real progress on the threats that we have with the climate crisis. So I don't think we should threaten our progress with the climate crisis. Go ahead and work separately on telehealth, and that's something that we can count as a bipartisan success. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Is there any other member of the committee who wishes to be heard on Mr. Schweikert's amendment? Mr. Kelly is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Schweikert.
Mr. Kelly has yielded his time to Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly, and I'll try to do this very quickly. I know I need to actually go through the chairman, Mr. Kelly, to Mr. Blumenauer. There's actually one thought that bothers me, and I'd love if you're willing to colloquy with me just for a second, then we'll move on. Instead of having a policy right now where folks who are really at the very, very, very top tier of income, we're going to subsidize particularly their electric vehicle, would you not, from a carbon impact, be better actually removing the subsidy for the very wealthy and maybe even expanding the subsidy for moderate income who will be driving much older, much less efficient, much dirtier vehicles? We tried this as an experiment many years ago in Arizona where we were trying to take off the pre-1980 vehicles off the road. And oddly enough, the then Clinton administration wouldn't give us points for it. So so I love this telemedicine amendment from the sheer point that it expands something I think is really good for society, and it stops the subsidization for the wealthy. But as long as I have this second, has anyone ever bounced that thought with you before? My friend from Oregon.
I'm not interested in cutting back on things that we're working forward that are here that help bring these things to scale.
Okay, please, okay.
I understand the notion, cash for clunkers, but I think we have an opportunity to move
All right,
forward.
it just, you want, take that back and I'll get back to Mr. Kelly. If I take a look at my dirtiest vehicles, what income brackets are driving those? Yet, the way these subsidies are designed, people driving brand new, very efficient, very clean vehicles are going to be the primary adopter. If the goal is carbon impact, we're not designing this the right way. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back to Mr. Kelly, who will yield back to you.
Mr. Kelly yields back his time. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona, and members are reminded to unmute themselves for this voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
A request.
Mr. Buchanan has requested a roll call vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell? Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins votes no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
He votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Aye. Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Wenstrup, yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Mr. Evans?
Evans vote no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Rice? Mrs. Miller? Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will please report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 16 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 16 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Thompson?
Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as the amendment is passed out, the gentleman will proceed, and that should take only a couple of seconds. The gentleman is recognized to speak on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, this amendment's about priorities. It's an opportunity for my colleagues to choose between more cures and insurance companies. There's a tendency here in Washington to paper over issues with just more spending. I think that approach is fiscally irresponsible and unsustainable. When it comes to Obamacare, we've seen this play out time and time again. Instead of working to solve the major underlying issues with the healthcare system, many have been willing to spend taxpayer funds to prop up a flawed system. $200 million to keep the illusion going that Obamacare is affordable is throwing good money after bad. The Kansans I represent do not want Obamacare insurance company bailouts. Instead of giving a payout to big insurance companies, we must work to solve the problems they face within the healthcare system. That's why my amendment would repurpose the funds that would have gone to insurance companies and use them to increase research in true health priorities: diabetes, minority health and health disparities, maternal mortality and postpartum care, cancer, and neurological aging diseases like Alzheimer's. I look forward to working with all of you to find solutions for these cures while also ensuring that we're protecting taxpayer funds. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws his point of order. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett.
The reinsurance proposal, or the reinsurance provision that the gentleman proposes to eliminate is vital to the expansion proposed in this bill to cover people who have been left out for a decade. Those are the folks who were hurt when their states did not expand Medicaid coverage. They deserve access to a family physician, to necessary medicines, and this provision is vital to keep in the bill to ensure they can do that. I believe that, in short, the amendment should be rejected, and I yield back.
Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on the gentleman from Kansas amendment? Hearing none, the question is on the amendment by the gentleman from Kansas. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a record
Mr.
vote.
Smith has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
No. Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer? Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal votes no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans vote no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider, no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady? Mr. Brady votes yes. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes yes.
Mr. Buchanan votes yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith votes yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Reed?
Reed, yes.
Mr. Reed votes yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes yes. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes yes. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes?
Yes.
Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Mrs. Miller? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Would the clerk please report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 16 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 16 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments in the nature of an amendment, in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, the gentleman from Oklahoma, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is passed out, Mr. Hearn will proceed. The gentleman is recognized. Speak on his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. More than 30 million Americans across this country are living with a rare disease or disorder, and more than 93% of the 7,000 rare diseases still have no FDA-approved treatment. Some of you have family members with a rare disease, so you know the pain they face every day and the hope they have in spite of everything. Many of you in your offices have had so many come by your offices to talk about what their diseases are and to ask for our help. And if you've never heard of spina bifida, it's a rare condition, usually detectable in the wound, that affects the spine. during development of the spine, a neural tube doesn't close all the way, preventing the backbone from developing as it's supposed to. And this causes damage to the spinal cord and nerves. Spina bifida can result in both physical and intellectual disabilities, and many babies who are born with spina bifida don't live long. I had a sister who was born with spina bifida who died 2 hours before she was born. After she was born. If she survived, she would be about 13 months older than I am today. And it was then that my mother learned that she had a gene that would affect her future children. And in spite of that prognosis, my mom continued to have children, including myself and a brother who were born without spina bifida. My sister, who turned 52 earlier this year, was born with spina bifida, and she spent the first 6 months of her life in a hospital. My sister went on to live a full life in spite of her condition, and she has a daughter, Kristen, who was also born with spina bifida. Kristen is now 32 and has spent her entire life in a wheelchair. I've spent my life face to face with the realities of living with a rare disease that has no cure. I'd give anything to lessen their pain. And when I talk about the need to prioritize research and development of cures and treatments for rare diseases, it's not a Republican talking point. It's not even a political talking point. It's the hope and prayer of my sister, my niece, and every one of the 70,000 Americans living with spina bifida. The partisan proposal before us today, which again we received a few days ago, and proposes a government takeover of prescription drug pricing, which makes America more reliant on China and fewer cures available and medical breakthroughs less likely. The nonpartisan CBO projects that this bill will lead to the development of fewer cures. Why are we passing legislation that the CBO, who we all rely on, says will result in less investment in research and development? People are still dying from COVID. Have we not learned anything? We all agree the increasing cost of drugs is unacceptable. Let's work together to find solutions that make drugs more affordable and much more widely available, not less. Please, let's work together. This isn't partisan. The Democrat Party isn't even together on this. As we speak, there's a group of Democrats working on a different price control bill because they see this one is unacceptable. It's 5 members, by the way, which are more than covers the margin of error you have in the full House that's needed to pass this bill. My amendment today gives hope to the many Americans struggling to fight the rare diseases by exempting cures for rare diseases and disorders from government price controls, which will incentivize the research and development for new cures. It's critical that this committee consider those living without approved treatments, like my sister and my niece, and so many others. Now is not the time to push policies that reduce rare disease research and development. Mr. Chairman, can I insert for the record letters from the National Organization for Rare Disorders,
So ordered.
NORD, and Every Life Foundation for Rare Diseases?
So ordered.
2 documents. Thank you. Just in closing on this, and I know we're fighting over a lot of things, but this is about humans. This isn't about how much money we're talking about for each individual. We're talking about saving lives. So much criticism has been given by both sides about being pro-life, taking care of babies after life. That's what this is about. This is about what Democrats have always been critical of Republicans. If we want to make this political, which I don't. I've only been in politics for a little over 2 years. But I'm one, as I've said in this amendment, that wants to help those who have been born with rare diseases that we need to help together. And I truly, truly ask you for your support of my amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to speak on the amendment. Before that, does the gentleman from California withdraw his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order is withdrawn, so the gentlelady from California is recognized. Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
People who have rare diseases deserve lower prices for their drugs too, and that's exactly what the Build Back Better bill does. People with rare diseases like everyone else in this nation, are paying much higher prices for drugs than people in other countries. Like my constituent, Amanda, who has leukemia. Her drug, without insurance, costs up to $10,000 a month. This drug can keep her alive and her cancer in remission, but only as long as she can afford it. That's outrageous. What this means is that people delay or forego treatment. At the end of the day, this can be a matter of life or death. Although a drug can be technically available in the United States, when it's priced so high and a patient can't possibly afford it, that drug isn't worth anything to that patient. The Ways and Means Committee report noted that for a number of multiple sclerosis drugs, consumers could save between $24,000 and $50,000 a year under the proposal that is before us in this bill today. Now, don't we think that individuals with significant medical costs also deserve savings in their outrageous out-of-pocket costs for their drugs? I'd say they deserve it more than anyone. They are the ones facing bankruptcy just to afford the medication that would keep them alive. Another example of this problem is sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease currently has no cure, but after considerable investment by the NIH, 2 effective gene therapies finally came into the market. However, this incredible therapy costs $100,000 a year and must be taken for the rest of the patient's life. Recently, a similar gene therapy came to market at $1 million a shot. Unless you're in the 1%, this drug isn't accessible. Now, let me go to the core problem with this amendment. This amendment exempts any drug used to treat a rare disease. Humira, the top-selling drug in the world, is one of these drugs. In fact, 7 of the top 10 best-selling drugs in the country in 2015 were so-called orphan drugs, and in 2016, 40% of these approved drugs were approved with orphan indications. Humira now makes $12 million in the U.S. sales per year, which is more than every single NFL team combined. So this amendment would drive a gaping loophole for drug companies to continue to charge high prices for their blockbuster drugs like Humira. So let's be clear, just because a drug is available doesn't mean it's accessible. We need to do everything we can to make these life-saving cures accessible to all. The Build Back Better proposal gets us one step closer to that goal. I oppose this amendment and I yield back.
The gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Advances in modern medicine are saving people's lives every day throughout the United States. Treatments that were not available just a few years ago give new hope to patients who are sick and dying from various diseases. That's why it's important that we make sure that the United States continues to lead the world in medical research and development. It's also important that we make sure that life-saving prescriptions are available to all Americans. I believe that we don't have to sacrifice more cures for lower costs, which is why I've consistently rejected the partisan H.R. 3 bill that Speaker Pelosi has continued to try to resurrect in the House, and it's now inserted into this bloated tax and spend bill. The components of H.R. 3 would lead to more government control over our health care while reducing cures for patients. This one-size-fits-all approach is not the right answer and stifles our long history of medical life-saving advances through innovation. When the Bipartisan Congressional Budget Office reviewed H.R. 3, it listed the following outcomes that would occur should this bill be signed into law. Manufacturers will possibly pull their drugs entirely out of the United States market if the government take it or leave it amount is insufficient. Manufacturers will potentially list higher prices to start with, or manufacturers will likely decrease their spending in research and development by up to $1 trillion, jeopardizing new cures and innovative drugs that will save lives. The negative implications of these H.R. 3 provisions can't be overstated. Consider that in 2017 alone, the private biopharmaceutical industry invested $97 billion in R&D. That's roughly 3 times the entire NIH budget for that same year, which was $32.6 billion. Clearly, a cut in R&D development and investment is an amount greater than the current spending would be a massive blow to medical innovation, which we take for granted every day. Additionally, Kansans in rural parts of Kansas could be impacted even harder. Consider that between 2011 and 2018, there were 270 new medicines that launched globally. American patients had access to 100% of those drugs, while patients in the next closest country, Germany, only had access to 67% of those. If the United States is lowered to only 67% access to new drugs, there's no doubt rural areas will be impacted even harder, as new drugs will first become available in urban centers like Boston, New York, Chicago, and LA. We all agree that we need to do more to lower the total out-of-pocket costs of health care, including the cost of prescription drugs. We even had a bipartisan bill passed out of another committee just a few years ago, yet my colleagues on the left continue to fall back to H.R. 3 as a way to gain more control over the health care of Americans. Bigger government, higher taxes, and fewer careers is no way to reduce health care costs for all Americans. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Okay. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to Mr. Hearn.
I'd like to thank I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Please. The gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Pennsylvania. I know that my colleagues across the aisle, I appreciate the talking points, I really do. I'm one, as I said in my personal story, that have lived these my entire life. I've seen the impact, I know the value. What's nobody has spoken to across the aisle are these CBO reports, the same ones that they are relying on, the same CBO that they're relying on to justify the tax increases and many other things that they're suggesting today in the last two hearings we've had. And I would yield my time to any member of my Democrat colleagues to address this idea and this finding that CBO has said that if H.R. 3 is implemented, then there are going to be less drugs that are going to be developed, and therefore there are going to be more Americans that die, and I would say more people around the world that will die that have the benefit of what our great pharmaceutical companies do in their research and development. There's no questioning of that, and there's nobody addressed what we're going to do unless my Democrat friends have some idea of they're going to take over the pharmaceutical companies and force them to do these R&Ds and create these drugs. But nobody has addressed this since I've been in Congress, of what they're going to do since the first finding came out in 2019 of when the information was submitted to the CBO, and that they said with H.R. 3 that there was going to be a restriction in the number of medicines researched and discovered to save human lives. And to this day, I have not seen anything that I recall where anyone is pushing back and still pushing forward on H.R. 3 has addressed that. Again, unless there's some alternate plan that you haven't shared yet. And if there is, I'll yield my remaining 2 minutes and 42 seconds to address that. So anybody, Ms. Chu, I'll give it to you if you'd like, or if there's anybody else that has the answer, I'd love to hear. I'd love for the American people to hear what your answer is.
Will the gentleman yield?
Who's it? I'm sorry.
It's not his time.
Okay, Mr. Kelly would have to yield.
Would the gentleman yield to Mr. Doggett?
Absolutely.
Well, let me say, Mr. Hearn, first of all, your comment about we'd do anything to lessen the pain, I think that's something that all of us would share. Your family, like others you describe, must have gone through incredible pain in dealing with this rare disease. And we do need to seek as many cures as possible. The report to which you refer suggests that I think over a decade that there might be 8 or so fewer drugs. It's unclear whether those are just Me Too drugs, as is so often the case, because pharma is so effective in its innovation and finding new ways to maintain its monopolies. So we can't tell if any of those are really cures that would be for spina bifida or for any other rare disease. It's also extremely curious to me, and this comment was made in the ranking member's opening statement, at the interest today in rare drugs and in orphan drugs, which are one of the ways that we respond on rare drugs, because in the bill that you Republicans passed 4 years ago, you cut the size of the orphan tax credit in half. I think there may have been merit in your doing that because the orphan tax credit for rare diseases has been abused on so many occasions. But to come in today and suggest there's something we're doing to thwart innovation when you in fact cut the very credit in half that is the source of some of these rare drugs, though it's so often abused, as Ms. Hsu pointed out, just really suggests that perhaps the primary concern is not so much the rare disease, but the fact that here in America, pharmaceutical price gouging is not rare at all, and we are...
Mr. Doggett, reclaiming my time.
Yes,
Mr. Hearn?
Mayor, yes, for the last 20 seconds. My colleague from Texas, that's why I say we should work together. I would have hoped 2 years ago when H.R. 3 was first put out there that you would have actually have found this out, not you personally, but certainly the speaker and others who was putting this forward. But here's the thing I will say. Those 8 drugs, one of those could have been one that may have saved my sister. This is a personal thing. This isn't talking points. This is a personal thing. And I know there are others in here that don't want to speak to that. But this is something we have to get our arms around, is what is it actually going to do? And we have to drill down to find those answers. And we have the power in this committee to do so as we move forward. I know that this amendment will get no Democrat vote. I certainly understand the politics of it. It should not be political. Yield back. Thanks, my colleague.
Thank the gentleman. I believe that Mr. Doggett is next up to be recognized.
Well, thank you very much. Let me say it's not a talking point to note that pharmaceutical price gouging is widespread in this country. And unfortunately, for a rare disease or a very common disease, a drug that is so overpriced that people cannot afford it is a drug that does not accomplish its purpose. One new rare disease drug on the market recently goes for over $2 million for the treatment. It's not uncommon now to have drugs going on the market for $400,000, $500,000, $1 million. We have to find a way to deal with prices that are out of control, not only for individuals, but for government, for taxpayers who are paying for many of these drugs. I think that the approach that is taken in this bill, which you propose to amend, is a very modest approach. Indeed, if some of the changes that I would like to see in H.R. 3 were in effect, there might be some merit to at least having this debate. But the gentleman should understand that under the bill as written today, a very narrow list of drugs can be up for negotiation in the first place. I think it's very unlikely that a drug for such a rare disease ever makes the negotiation list. Further, there is the problem of launch prices. What has been happening is that a drug's launch price sets all future negotiations. Big pharma monopolies can come in and set the price just as high as they want it to be. We've had a recent example of that with the very much highly debated new Alzheimer's drug, which goes at $56,000 a year. If that drug is ever fully approved for use, it has the potential to bankrupt not only many individuals, but many government programs to cover it. But the launch price of that drug, the launch price of these rare disease drugs at $1 million, $2 million, $500,000, whatever it might be, are not really dealt with as this bill is written. It would be possible to deal with launch prices, but they are not dealt with in this measure, in this way. And so I think you really can't make a case that the amendment is necessary to this particular bill. But on the broader question of dealing with rare diseases, I'm all for, we have supported a significant increase in funding for the National Institutes of Health to deal with the development and encouragement of innovation and new investment in rare diseases and other diseases. but we have to have a mechanism for assuring that drugs are affordable. The bill that we incorporate today takes a step in that direction. I wish that it took a bigger step, but it does represent some attempt to deal with this very serious problem that drugs are simply getting so overpriced that people cannot afford them no matter how effective they are. The median monthly price of a new brand name drug increased 381% over the course of the period from 2006 to 2019. We all hear of people that are having to choose between their prescription and their food, or having to reduce the amount of the drug they take contrary to the doctor's instruction to try to stretch it out because prices are so high. We hear of people that die as a result of not being able to get their drug. It's been particularly true of some of the insulin deaths that have been widely publicized. So trying to get a balance here to assure that drugs are accessible so that people can have full benefit of life-saving medication, and continuing to encourage innovation, which I think can certainly occur under the narrow, modest provisions of the bill that we have incorporated here today, is the direction in which we need to move to benefit consumers and to assure that we don't continue to pay the highest prices in the entire world for drugs, be they rare or not. We ought not to set the price of the drug at whatever a sick or dying person is willing to pay. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweiker, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is actually one of my areas of fixation. And I'm going to beg of us to sort of think a little bit differently, because I believe we're all well-meaning. Many of us are incredibly annoyed, if not outraged, at the pricing we see in pharmaceuticals. But the solution here is actually, you're about to make big pharma bigger and more powerful, because understand what you're about to do is, and we did lots of study on the HR3 mechanism, is you basically start to shut down those investments that are curative. Once again, we're about to create policies saying we're going to make it less expensive for you to live in your misery instead of being cured. A good example, and one of our Democratic colleagues here, just in her testimony or her comments, touched on sickle cell anemia. I will touch on hemophilia. If I came to you tomorrow and said there's a hemophilia cure, it's a single shot cure, costs $1 million, it's outrageous, and you should grab that deal as fast as you can run, because hemophilia can cost $300,000 to $500,000 a year. So it's a couple years, you're in the positive. You want those disruptions that cure. And that population is so small, how do you make it something that, it's the orphan of the orphans? 5% of our brothers and sisters are the majority of our healthcare costs. We should be building a policy here that says we want to push the disruptions of cures, not lowering the cost of living with misery. And we've actually, out of my office and a couple here, we've had the conversations of substantially different ways to do this, of financing mechanisms to bring curatives to market. And the benefit of that competition, the curatives, is it shuts down saying, I'm going to keep you on this really high, expensive price drug so you can maintain your misery. Exempting those that actually are the disruptors. Instead, because I'm dead serious, think about the economics you're about to create. You are about to incentive those who have big drugs on formularies to make small adjustments without much investment every year that will be in the cost mechanism, instead of that biopharma that's somewhere here in the country, many of them are actually in the chairman's district, who are creating disruptions that will cure sickle cell, that are cure hemophilia. You now see what we've learned. Remember, we just jumped a decade in technology in messenger RNA. We are about to have a vaccine for HIV, for herpes, for so many different things because we built this technology. I beg of you, start to think about this radically differently. Instead of making it so we have people live in their misery, let's fixate on curing the misery. And if you do this part of the HR 3 in this bill, you will have just killed the innovation of the future that cures.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On top of the ruinous tax and spend policies this administration is proposing, they also want to stifle American innovation and research. There's no doubt in my mind that the bill before us today would result in fewer life-saving cures. My colleagues acknowledge this fact, but are inexplicably willing to take the risk. And for what? Cheap political points? This will cost American lives, not in dollars, but in lives and livelihoods. Our own nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the passage of this legislation would result in 15 fewer cures. That's on the low end of the scale. Some estimates put the implementation of this bill really resulting into 100 fewer cures. What if the cure we lose out on is for childhood cancer, ALS? We are morally, but we cannot seem to take the risk. Apparently, my colleagues across the aisle would rather use the government as a coercion tool to bully and tax our innovators and empower China and Europe to set the prices for our drugs. Fewer cures is unacceptable, and the American people should not have to settle for less. I yield back my time.
I thank the gentlelady. The question comes on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for a voice vote. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the
Chairman,
noes
I'd like
have
a
it.
recorded vote, please.
Mr. Kelly has requested a recorded vote, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer votes no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis, no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez? No. Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee?
Kildee votes no.
Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Panetta? No. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez?
Gomez, no.
Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady.
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunes?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunes votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed is aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Schneider?
No.
Mr. Schneider
Schneider,
votes
no.
no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 noes and 17 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman, I think, is that Dr. Winstrup?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California is reserved a point of order, and as soon as the amendment is passed out, Doctor, we will have you proceed.
I'm glad, I'll start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized to proceed on his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I'm disappointed, especially as a physician, that we're here debating a bill that I believe is so harmful to patients. As a doctor, it's very important to me that patients have access to care, and that means lowering their out-of-pocket costs, but actually having access to care and cures. This also means doing so in a way that protects patient access to future cures. I used to perform reconstructive surgeries for patients with rheumatoid arthritis, extensive procedures, and a very debilitating type of disease. But the need for these surgeries went away as soon as we had new biologic therapeutics come along that prevented the type of damage that required these extensive surgeries. Do you understand what this means for the patient? It is tremendous for the patient, obviously, what it means for their quality of life, or for that matter, for the cost savings to a patient when they can avoid multiple surgeries or hospitalizations. And I'm not sure that anyone who crafted this bill was ever involved with patient care.
It would be my district
Maybe
attorney
they were.
nearby.
When we talk about pricing, there are a lot of pieces to this puzzle, and we need to address this from every angle, particularly for our most vulnerable populations. I sit on the Rural and Underserved Communities Health Task Force along with some of my colleagues here on Ways and Means. And I have to tell you, Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful that you put this task force together, bipartisan task force. We set out to address the health disparities that exist in rural and urban underserved communities. I used to serve on our Cincinnati Board of Health, so I've gotten to know this issue from public health perspective, as well as my capacity as a physician, now as a member of Congress, and most recently, racial and ethnic minorities were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. And there are other disease states that patients from underserved communities disproportionately struggle with. But what if the cure to one of those is cut off by the harmful practices that this bill proposes? And I remain very concerned about the effect that this bill will have on vulnerable patient populations. That's why I'm offering an amendment that simply would not let the bill go into effect until the Secretary of Health and Human Services can confirm that the bill would not reduce patient access to medications that could mitigate racial disparities and other disparities. As this committee takes important action to address the health gaps that exist in historically underserved populations, including minority and rural communities, the right hand should be talking to the left. We can't enact legislation that would cut off access to cures that close these health gaps, especially in minority and rural communities. We should be focused on meaningful legislation that would actually forge a path towards better care for all patients, especially our most vulnerable. Addressing health disparities in rural and urban underserved areas is a bipartisan goal. So I urge all my colleagues to adopt my amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Texas is recognized. Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me tell the author of the amendment, because I represent a district that includes many Latino families, that nothing is more important when it comes to prescriptions than being able to afford a drug. Of the many conditions that affect at almost pandemic levels some portions of my district is the problem of diabetes. You see the effects of diabetes often when it goes untreated and limbs are amputated and other serious, very serious conditions develop. And yet the price of insulin has soared to such a level that I have constituents that tell me about all the things they do to try to get insulin without having the means to pay for it on a regular basis, and the danger that they expose themselves to as a result of that. Few groups would be more impacted in a favorable way than to have a reasonable mechanism for price negotiation to get those drugs at an affordable level. It would appear to me that the gentleman's amendment is simply designed to delay further the opportunity for price negotiation. As to the argument that has been made on this amendment and on the last amendment, that there has been a finding that we will lose a certain number of cures as a result of demanding reasonable prices. I think it's important to look back at what the Congressional Budget Office actually said. They did not indicate any number of cures that would be eliminated. They said that there would be a slight reduction over a decade in the number of new drugs. We don't know if those new drugs represent new cures or whether, as is so often the case, they are only Me Too drugs that are simply slight revisions of drugs they previously had in order to make their monopoly power extended indefinitely. Further, and to quote from it, CBO has estimated neither which types of drugs may be affected nor how the reduction in the number of drugs will affect health outcomes. In addition, the policy may lead to lower prices and increased use of drugs already on the market. And that's the objective, is to assure that individuals across this country can have access to life-saving medications at a price that they can afford. That's not happening under our current system. And that's why Big Pharma is resisting with all the vigor they can and with all the changes in the legislation that they can conceive of, because they know that they are charging American citizens more than most any place in the world, and that there is something within the power of Congress, if we have the courage to use that power, that we can do about it. And that is to get drugs at an affordable price, recognizing that when people can't get these medications, it doesn't make any difference how much innovation you have, because the innovation doesn't produce results. I don't think there has ever been a clearly defined basis, even for the conclusion that CBO presented on this issue, but it's important to be clear that they are not saying what opponents of this language claim they are saying. It's a much more narrow conclusion that they've reached. I think the conclusion that American citizens have reached is that they need help being able to get their prescription, whatever it is. They need help because these prices have soared and they're being charged whatever a sick or dying patient would pay to get a little more time with their family or a little less pain. I urge rejection of the amendment as just another roadblock on the way to finding a meaningful response to the concerns that so many American citizens have, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, the ranking member, Mr. Brady, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Dr. Winstrup.
I thank the ranking member for the time. And, you know, I think that H.R. 3, I guess, actually accomplishes something for us, because we won't have to worry about cost if we don't have the medicine to begin with. Mr. Doggett talked about insulin. I want to address the price of insulin, and we know the great need people have for it. But if the idea of insulin as a therapeutic was being developed with this bill in place, we'd never even have it. And all those diabetics would have no chance at life. So don't bundle these together. That's a mistake, because you will solve both issues with H.R. 3. When you do not have cures, then you don't have to worry about the cost. And I guess you don't have to worry about the longevity of life. Let's not shut down cures. We've heard about sickle cell anemia, hemophilia in our conversations tonight. Just look at hepatitis C. Yes, that drug came with the cost. There's no doubt about it. What our CBO is not capable of doing is ever looking at dynamic scoring as well, because we should be looking at that. Mr. Schweikert referred to it earlier. But when you have a drug that costs X amount today, but the palliative care in someone's life, if they don't have this drug, is X times 100, we have won that battle when it comes to cost. But I'll work with you on insulin pricing and other drugs in some way that we can. But if you don't have the cures, if you don't have the therapeutics at all, then you don't have the patient anymore either. And I think you need to consider that, because I think H.R. 3 is deadly. It is deadly to the future of cures and possible life extension and quality of life in the future. I like what Mr. Schweiker said. Maintain someone's misery versus eliminating your misery. H.R. 3 might eliminate misery because the cure isn't there, and we no longer have a patient. And I really want people to think about that. There's nothing harder as a physician is to tell someone you don't have a cure for them. And it's even harder to say, well, there could be a cure out there, but we've made it impossible for them to be developed. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to acknowledge that I, too, sit on the, as co-chair of the Rural and Underserved Communities Task Force and had the pleasure of working with Dr. Renstrup on that. I just want to remind him that one of the tenets of that task force was to try to figure out ways that we can deliver cheaper, at a cheaper cost, drugs for underserved communities and rural communities. And your amendment would further delay drug prices for our constituents. And I think that our constituents have waited long enough to get more competitive pricing when it comes to our drugs. You know, this underlining bill takes enormous steps towards addressing equity by closing the coverage gap in the 12 states like mine, Alabama, that have not expanded Medicaid. I don't have to tell the gentleman from Ohio the statistics in terms of rural hospital closings that have occurred. The fact of the matter is 95% of them have occurred in states that have not expanded Medicaid, including 5 in my state of Alabama. And closing that coverage gap is an equity issue that would really help not just minorities and communities of color, but rural communities as well. The underlying bill also would provide a new program to address equity in the physician's pipeline. As you know, as the gentleman will attest, one of the things that we wanted to work on in our bipartisan task force for rural and underserved communities, the health task force, was to provide more physicians in rural areas and underserved areas. And that's exactly what this underlining bill will do. It'll increase the number of physicians, training a new generation of physicians for rural and underserved communities, and it would reduce longstanding health equities by incentivizing more physicians to practice in rural and underserved communities. This bill also goes a long way in addressing many of the equities that exist economically by expanding the child tax credit, earned income tax credit, and obviously by expanding in Medicare, the dental and health, the dental, vision, and hearing provisions. So I say all that to say that I think that this amendment not only delays lower costs for drugs for our constituents, but it also it goes a long way in dealing with the racial equity that exists both in economics as well as economically as well as in health. So I ask my colleagues to respectfully vote against this amendment. Let's have lower drug prices now, and let's also deal with health disparities and economic disparities that this underlining bill would do. So thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, is recognized.
I proudly support the amendment that Dr. Winstrup has put through before us. And I would just say, Mr. Chairman, in my time in Congress, I've just been amazed in looking at the United States and how we've been a leader when it comes to research and development of innovative healthcare treatments and cures. And you look at how that innovation has helped families and children and people with disabilities. And it has been because of that innovation that our country has led the way on so many of these areas. However, as many of my colleagues have articulated, I fear that the policies included in H.R. 3 here threaten to eliminate the progress that we've made in the disease research space. The majority of disease-specific research is done by small biotech companies, and many of them are in my home state of Illinois. And I've seen how they take on significant financial risk in research and development for these cures and the benefits. Policies like government negotiation and price setting would only increase the financial risk and remove incentives for development for future treatments and risk jobs. I know I'm not alone among my colleagues when I think about the meetings that we take with constituents and families who are advocating for research and investment to help treat medical conditions faced by their loved ones. And I worry that this legislation today will only make it harder to invest in critical research that could help them find a cure. And I'm proud of the bipartisan work, and I know it's been alluded to, done by Congress and on this committee in the past to support families and caregivers and to find responsible, innovative solutions for lower healthcare costs and in our transition to value-based care. However, H.R. 3 and this package before us today seems counterproductive in so many ways to these efforts. And anything that prevents even one treatment or cure is one too many. And that is why I support Dr. Winstrup's amendment to help protect future cures. And I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman move to strike the last word.
You know, I have a great deal of appreciation for the amendment before us that Dr. Winstrup has illustrated. I also served on that committee of underserved with Dr. Winstrup, Mr. Arrington, and Ms. Sewell, and have a great deal of appreciation for the work that we've done. But I most want to associate my remarks with those of Mr. Doggett. I have been and continue to be a big supporter of research efforts. I also come from an environment with 23 hospitals, 4 medical schools, and a great deal of health research activity. I think we have to do everything that we possibly can to lower the cost of prescription drugs. I think we have to continue to invest in research activity and research efforts I don't think the Winstrup Amendment, though, is necessarily what's going to get us to the point that we're looking for. Health disparities continue to exist. I appreciate the bipartisan effort of the Underserved Task Force, but I think this amendment would not bring us to the conclusion of making additional progress. The work is ongoing and it has to continue, but I too would vote against this amendment and urge that we continue to work in every bipartisan way that we can to find a way to reduce health disparities, make sure that every American citizen, every person in our country gets the health services that they need. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Reed, is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I speak in support of my colleague, Dr. Wenstrup's amendment, but I speak in regards to also commentary made by my colleague from Texas in regards to diabetes. As many of you know, diabetes is very near and dear to me. My son has been carrying that disease since he was 4. He's now 21 years old, and we live with that disease 24/7. And I just got to remind you, insulin is not a cure for diabetes. Insulin is a therapeutic. Insulin is a way to treat that disease. I pray every night to my maker that we find a cure for diabetes. That is why I am so adamantly opposed to H.R. 3 and what this bill is doing when it comes to conceding the fact that it will stifle cures coming down the pipeline. You're going into this wide open. Multiple reports. CBO is one that we've talked about extensively tonight. But multiple reports have confirmed
We're losing you, Mr. Reed. There we go.
and I will tell you, cure, be it diabetes or any other disease, is what we really should be working together to achieve. Not adopting policies that essentially say, it's okay, we'll go without a few cures because the greater good means we must sacrifice this for those people that are just going to be. That's my son. That's my son when it comes to a cure for diabetes. That's Mr. Hearn for the potential help that would have been there for his sister who passed. We need to be rewarding innovation. And I will tell you where there's common ground on this issue is not where we talk about negotiation, as you call it. This isn't negotiation. I'm open, and it's an environment upon which you can actually transparently negotiate drugs use under these programs that we're talking about. But what you're doing is you're price controlling. You're setting the price because you are the government, this entire bill, when it comes to this issue, and on many other areas of this bill. It's this blind reliance on just give it to the government. These bureaucrats, they're going to trust us, American people. They're going to know exactly how to price these drugs. They're going to know exactly how to make sure that we don't lose these drugs coming down the pipeline. And that they're going to magically create this by bureaucratic fiat, by government control, that's going to make your life all better. That's just something I don't subscribe to. That's not a philosophy that I believe in. We could be working together. That, to me, will hold accountable the bad actors that I know Mr. Doggett is talking about when he talks about these guys in the pharmaceutical industry that abuse their patents. When we talk about issues such as price setting by bad actors that try to corner a market and make a quick buck, I can agree with you. We should be going after those folks through transparency. But you can't do it when a government sets the price. Because when the government sets the price, there's no incentive from our entrepreneurs and our innovators to make the investments necessary to create the cures. And I will tell you, as somebody who's been dealing with the issue of diabetes, co-chairs of the Diabetes Caucus, I know this diabetes has hit African-American populations, minority populations. They are people that are particularly impacted by this disease. So not only for my son do I speak, but I speak for all of them. Don't do this. Don't do this with an open eye, especially when you have been given data that shows you will be stopping cures by passing this policy. Too many people and their future lives are at stake. So I encourage you, join in the not only adoption of this amendment, but an amendment that would strike this entire price-setting, price-control policy that you're advocating here. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Dr. Winstrup. Members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice.
Mr. Chairman, I think Mr. Schweikert asked.
Oh, okay. No, please, go ahead. I didn't.
Excuse me. No, you weren't rushing. We were just reminding.
Yes, you can. Dr. Winstrup?
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. I appreciate the gentleman yielding.
He said he wanted it to be short.
I just, I just want to say that I come at this as a provider and someone who has also served in public health. And what I'm really trying to do with this particular amendment is to avoid unintended consequences. This amendment just asks the Secretary of HHS to confirm that this bill would not reduce patient access to medications. It could actually mitigate some of these disparities and lead to cures. Now, that's not a delay. That shouldn't take very long for the Secretary of HHS with all their staff to come up with an answer on that. But I also want to say one other thing, and I appreciate the words of Ms. Sewell and Mr. Davis. This task force, we get along, I feel, swimmingly. We have the same issues that we are trying to deal with. I think some of Ms. Sewell's comments, at least as I heard it, made it sound as though I was in disagreement with a lot of the things that we've been working on, which is not true. And I don't think anyone's worked any harder than getting residency programs to rural areas and expanding rural medicine and things like that. So I just want to make that clear and make it very clear that I have found this task force to be very bipartisan, very congenial, and that we're going in the right directions together. But on this particular amendment, I wish you would consider it because I am concerned. There are many health disparities. And no, this one amendment is not the be-all, end-all to everything. But it could just be one more safeguard to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences as we move forward to try and have cures for especially so many of these diseases, so many diseases that afflict Americans. So with that, I yield back, and we'll see how we vote.
Thank the gentleman. The question is on agreeing to the amendment that is offered by Dr. Winstrup, and members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote is
Mr.
requested.
Brady has requested a recorded vote, and members are reminded to keep your camera on to be recorded. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson?
No.
Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Fine, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Dalbene? Ms. Dalbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Sorry for the delay.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Mr. Buchanan votes aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Reed?
Reed votes aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Smith votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes aye. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood, yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Winstrup, yes.
Dr. Winstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington, yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Rice? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes yes. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 17 ayes.
There being 25 noes and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Schweiker is recognized. Mr. Thompson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as Mr. Schweiker's amendment is passed out, he will be recognized to proceed. Thank you. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, I understand we all have a passion and a frustration on the pricing of pharmaceuticals. We may just have some different ways to approach it, and this is actually one of the occasions I wish we had a functional Congress, a functional body, and also the ability for us to sit in a room privately with some economists and actually walk through, because I think I have some ideas. I know Ms. Drug and I were just talking. I think there's ideas here, but much of what is being pulled out from H.R. 3 and being put in this legislation, is a couple decades old thinking. So you all understand one of the key mechanisms that is in H.R. 3 that you've now put in your bill. You're all familiar with something called reference pricing. The chairman actually was kind enough when, I think a couple years ago, we were on the floor actually debating this, and one of the questions that came up is, what do you think a quality year of your life is worth? Because understand, there's functionally, I think, 6 countries. You're going to take a basket of these countries, take a look at their pricing. So if you're in Great Britain, I'm doing this somewhat from memory, $38,000. So if a drug gives you a quality year of life, but costs more than $38,000, you don't get it in Great Britain. That's going to be what we're going to import. We're going to import that type of formula into the rationing. And I can't wait till we're all trying to explain to our constituents saying, hey, there's this drug, it could be very disruptive in providing you the next year of quality life, but because Australia, Australia, Great Britain, this and that have this sort of pricing, it's not being sold here. That keeps it from being available. We're going to use the bureaucrats. Think about this. We're going to functionally contract our pharmaceutical pricing triggers on that quality adjusted life year to functionally bureaucrats of, what, 6 reference countries. It's a little bit absurd. If we actually genuinely cared about the price of pharmaceuticals and the price of healthcare, there's a bunch of things we could do together. I mean, what is it? 16% of healthcare costs, so $500 billion a year. It's just people not taking their pharmaceuticals properly. That's a technology solution, the pill cap that talks to you. There are ideas out there that don't basically crush the next generation of cures. And that is my intense fear here, is what we're about to do is, and I'm going to use the term again, maintain the misery. There was also one of our members used the term slight revision. If you look at the economic paper on H.R. 3, it basically said that's exactly what you're financing and subsidizing here, because you make it so here's the pharmaceuticals we have patent, here's the small adjustments we will make so we can price change a little bit within the negotiation, but we're not going to have to take on these biopharmas, these small molecules, these new messenger RNA firms that are coming up with disruptive cures because we just wiped out their capital stack. That's what you're about to do. So this amendment basically is very simple. We're not going to use the reference pricing mechanism of Great Britain saying your life functionally the next year is only worth $38,000 and you having a quality adjusted life year. There's a much better way to do this. And I'm not sure we understand, intellectually, we've dove into it enough to understand you're basically contracting this to functionally foreign bureaucrats. And with that, I yield back.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, on the amendment. But before that, does the gentleman from California continue to insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Doggett is recognized.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank the author of the amendment. I know he approaches this in good faith, but we do have a very basic disagreement about how to resolve this problem. As far as the specifics of your amendment concerning quality-adjusted life years, I think the language on the bill print that you have in front of you on page 552 at line 10 addresses this directly and specifically instructs the Secretary not to use the type of evidence that you're concerned could be used with reference to quality-adjusted life years. Second thing I would point out is that if there's any group of people that is impacted by high drug prices, it's those who are individuals with disabilities. I think that increased drug costs, which have just soared, are creating serious problems for individuals with disabilities. Pharmaceutical corporations have just continued to ramp up the cost of prescription drugs, and they're able to do this because they have monopoly power on individual drugs. Now, I don't believe that throughout history in any sector, monopolies have been known for their innovative spirit. We want innovation, we want new drugs as much as anyone else. The question is the only way that you can get that innovation to give pharmaceutical monopolies the power to charge whatever they please and to charge us more than any place in the world. And I don't think you have to do that. I think there can be a balance and that we can continue to have innovation without exploitation. And exploitation is what has been occurring. I also want to make it very clear that there is no CBO finding, no finding by any independent organization that has been pointed out here that I've ever heard of that suggests we're going to lose cures. There was an indication in a CBO report that a certain number of drugs might not be available over a long period of time without much explanation or justification for that conclusion. But those drugs may be the very kind of copycat drugs and slight revisions of patents that the pharmaceutical industry has become so accustomed to. Indeed, there's one area that these pharmaceutical monopolies have been great innovators. It is what they make the focus of their business, and that is innovating at how to extend their monopoly for as long as they possibly can, often extending the monopoly by buying off a generic competitor. The committee print, as we produce it today, is going to save the government a significant amount of money that we can reinvest in the other healthcare priorities that we have here to provide more access to healthcare, but it will also save well over $100 billion for consumers in what they are having to pay. It will reduce the price of the costliest drugs by over half. I believe there is nothing in our print that calls for any rationing of drugs. Claims that we are rationing drugs or that we are treating the life of an individual with disabilities as having less value than someone who does not have the same value is the kind of argument that Big Pharma uses to block these types of reforms. Clearly, the quality adjusted life years provision that the amendment addresses is not something that is in our print. I think there is good faith on the part of the author, but not good sense in terms of the amendment, and I urge its rejection.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield to the author, Mr. Schweiker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my friend, it won't be the first time I've been accused of not good sense. Couple mechanisms here. If you're correct, and we looked at that, we actually read it differently, then you're fine with the amendment, because all the amendment would be saying the same thing you claim is already in the legislation. So what harm does it do adopting it? Number two, please understand, and Mr. Chairman, we will be given a number of days to submit articles for the record. For sure. Because I believe I have a binder full of economic literature that basically says the H.R. 3 as it is, I know this is a bifurcation of H.R. 3, does create monopolies. It is the monopoly bill. You wipe out the ankle biters, the small pharmas that are the curatives that put away the value of those franchises, those patents that maintain your misery. So you got to understand, the way many of us are visualizing this, in those articles they talk about the capital stack. Hey, why would we invest in this, 2 decades to come up with a cure for hemophilia when there might be only 25,000 hemophilia sufferers, even though it's an incredibly expensive disease, if we're not able to get this outrageous price for the cure? We'll just basically let the big pharma maintain their maintenance drug on that type of disease. You are about to wipe out the small disruptors and functionally make it so big pharma gets to make their adjustments on their current patent stack. If that's what we don't want oligopolies. This is not how you would go about doing it. So my points are very, very simple. If you actually believe your legislation does not allow the secretary to use the 6 countries in the quality adjusted life years, which that is not what we read, you'd be happy with our amendment, because then it would be just restating the same thing. And with that, I will yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. I believe Dr. Winstrup would like to be heard on this amendment. Dr. Winstrup? Why don't we go to, we got you there?
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yep, got you.
Yeah, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's recognized.
All right. As a physician, I treat every one of my patients with the same dignity and respect. Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "Everyone I meet is in some way my superior, and from them I shall learn." I also took an oath to do no harm. And unfortunately, this bill, in my mind, flies in the face of that, because this bill puts a number on the value of a patient's life. And here's how. The drug pricing method set forth under this bill would import foreign price controls that use discriminatory, what's called quality adjusted life years, or QALYs. These calculations made under this bill would deliberately undervalue the lives of patients with rare diseases or disabilities compared to other patients. Many times, these calculations determine that paying for a new treatment is simply not worth saving that person's life. I don't think we want that. So I asked my colleagues, do you want to go home to your districts and tell your constituents that foreign countries will determine the value of their lives? The answer is yes. Then don't hesitate to vote no on this amendment. But I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, is recognized on the amendment.
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I oppose this amendment. It's unacceptable that Americans are paying multiple times more for the exact same drugs than residents in other countries. The only way to remedy this is to have equity, and that's why the Build Back Better plan establishes an upper limit for the price of Medicare negotiation to no more than 120% of the average price of the drug in 6 countries: Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Japan, and the United Kingdom. I mean, look at the situation now. The 50 most popular brand name drugs used by Medicare beneficiaries in my district with diabetes can all be found at significant lower prices in other countries. According to a study done by the Committee on Oversight and Reform, the cost of these 50 drugs in my district costs 4.3 times more in Australia, 3.3 times more than in the United Kingdom, and 2.4 times more than in Canada. And in my district, the top 50 diabetes medications cost the Medicare program and beneficiaries about $26 million in 2016. I held a press conference in my district when the Oversight and Reform report came out, and I've never seen a response like that. People were coming up to me and telling me how hard it is for them to afford the medications they needed every month. One man told me the story of being stuck in Canada without his insulin, so he went to a pharmacy to pick some up. The same bottle of insulin that he buys here in the US for $200 costs only $25 in Canada. This man told me that he had to do the math. Would it cost him less money to fly from his home in Southern California to Canada every 3 months to get his insulin? And this was with good insurance. And my constituent is not alone. Government studies estimate that close to 1 million people in California alone cross over to Mexico annually for healthcare, including to buy prescription drugs. And it's not just California. Utah's Public Employee Health Plan has an astonishing program. If a patient is on one of the 13 most expensive drugs, the plan will pay to fly the patient and a companion to San Diego and then drive them across the border to Tijuana to get a 90-day supply of their medication. To put a fine point on it, this public employee plan has calculated that flying 2 people to San Diego every 3 months and driving them over the border to Mexico is more affordable than paying the outrageous price for prescription drugs in this country. Well, the Build Back Better plan establishes this mechanism, and it ensures that Americans are no longer getting fleeced by pharmaceutical companies for drugs that sell at a fraction of the price internationally. The average international market price is a powerful tool in this bill before us to bring the price of prescription drugs down. I oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
I thank the gentlelady. Is there anybody else who wishes to be heard on this amendment? Hearing none, the question is on passage of the amendment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Recorded vote is requested.
Mr. Brady is requesting a recorded vote. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Pascal, no.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis, no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
Sewell votes no.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle votes no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer?
Byer votes no.
Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford?
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady, aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes yes.
Ms. Walorski votes yes. Mr. LaHood?
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. LaHood?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes.
Okay, they're calling me for a vote. Okay, thanks, my friend. I'll see you Friday.
Mr. Estes?
I hope.
Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Gomez? Oh, Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Rice? Mr. LaHood?
Mr. LaHood, yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
Would the clerk report the tally?
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 17 ayes.
Being 25 nays and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. So the chair would advise members that our anticipation is to do 2 more amendments this evening, finish in the next, I hope, half hour or so. That will bring us to almost 30 hours of debate on the bill, 29, I think, based on the 2 get-togethers last week and today. That's 11 hours today as well. Finish tomorrow and honor a rich tradition of Jewish holidays for our members and staffers here so that they can participate in the fullness of those days. So with that, is there anybody else who wants to be recognized offering an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Brady, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brady has an amendment at the desk. Mr. Thompson?
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Thompson reserved a point of order. And as soon as the amendment is passed out, Mr. Brady will be recognized. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's no secret from past markups, hearings, and today that Republicans believe that the drug pricing provisions in this bill are a dangerous trade-off that will harm patients and set back medical breakthroughs. We believe this trade-off, which is lower prices for some medicines but fewer cures for some of the key illnesses facing America and the world, is a terrible trade-off that Congress should not make. There's no question, in fact, there's no debate that there'll be fewer cures. And it's not just the Congressional Budget Office, it's not just the Council of Economic Advisors, it is the California Biotech Organization who testified that should this provision have been in place, 85% of the new drugs that they would develop over the past decade would not have occurred. That ought to frighten every one of us, because clearly, while some might dismiss just 8 medicines or cures, the truth is everyone in this room, everyone listening today has some loved one, if not themselves, some friend, some colleague, dealing with devastating illnesses, from diabetes to cancer, Parkinson's to Alzheimer's and ALS, and others. You know, one lost cure is too many, and for those patients, the most expensive drug ever is the one that was never developed, because not just the financial cost, but the human cost of these diseases is just heartbreaking. And so we believe, and we also worry, as these patients groups do, the chronic care patient group, for one example, is that this provision will mean less access to medicines as they have in other countries, delays on key development of drugs as they do in other countries, and that fewer breakthrough drugs. America's terrific at this, other countries not so much. And I think coming out of the COVID, where this race, Operation Warp Speed, this successful race to develop life-saving vaccines in record time, proves to us how key innovation is for saving lives for everyday Americans and, frankly, the world. So this provision strips out that drug pricing provision. But I will give you, I think, another reason to consider an amendment you likely wouldn't, and that's what's going on right now. This has been a full day in the Capitol, and as you may know, 3 of your Democratic colleagues at Energy and Commerce have said they are a no on this drug pricing provision included in our bill as well today. They have the same concerns about the need to find a balance between lower costs and more cures, not fewer cures. They're rejecting killing the hopes of families who are praying for that medical miracle. But that's not the only development. This afternoon, Senate Finance Committee Chairman Senator Ron Wyden has made it clear that Speaker Pelosi's bill does not have the votes in the Senate Democratic caucus to become law. And so this amendment both is a policy amendment, but it also is a process amendment. Clearly, these provisions are not going to become law. I know you're expected to vote for them. I think this is an opportunity to remove this provision from the bill, move forward. We know it will get moderated in the House and in discussions with your conference in the Energy and Commerce Committee. There's no question the committee can still transmit to the Budget Committee your remaining provisions, but this will buy your committee time to get on the same page with your Energy and Commerce Committee colleagues and in your House conference as well. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter into record a letter from 10 Democratic colleagues, including one of our own committee colleagues, to the Speaker.
So ordered.
And the letter reads, in part, and I think this is important, it's imperative we pass legislation that can reach the President's desk to deliver on our promise of bringing down health care costs for the American people. To achieve this, we must garner bipartisan, bicameral support with buy-in from a majority of Americans and stakeholders in the public and private sectors. If this pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we are all truly must be in this together. Mr. Chairman, I offer our commitment to work with you on finding a better way, because I believe there is a better way.
Thank the
With that, I
gentleman.
yield back.
The gentleman from Texas. Mr.
Thank you,
Doggett.
Mr.
Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Mr. Thompson has withdrawn his point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment does directly what the last two amendments have attempted to do indirectly. The reason that consumers in the rest of the world pay more reasonable prices for their necessary drugs is not because of the way they calculate the value of human life, which was the focus of the last amendment, but because their governments negotiate. They don't let monopolies determine what the price will be by themselves. They engage in reasonable negotiation to find a price that will fully compensate the pharmaceutical manufacturer for its innovation, for its research, for all the aspects of marketing, and a reasonable profit, not necessarily a monopoly profit. Now, why are we concerned with this tonight at all? We are here largely because in this very room almost 2 decades ago, House Republicans began the process to arm twist into existence one sentence in a massive bill that was designed to assure that pharmaceutical manufacturers would never be subject to negotiation. And that limitation on the ability of Medicare to negotiate has resulted in American consumers having to pay millions, if not billions, more dollars to the pharmaceutical manufacturers than they otherwise would have had to pay. So the pharmaceutical investment of significant campaign contributions and significant lobbying, outnumbering the members of Congress at many points with the number of lobbyists they have, was a very wise investment that has paid off time and time again, and a law, a restriction on the ability of this country to negotiate, which no other major industrialized country in the world faces, limits the ability to protect consumers in the United States. And it's why year after year, we see the price continue to soar on prescription drugs to a point that most people simply cannot afford them. It's not something that's limited to just 1 or 2 drugs. It's not just insulin. It's not just EpiPen. It is drugs for almost in every area, even affecting some generic drugs, because folks realize that there is no constraint, there is no countervailing force of any type. Now, H.R. 3, which has been much maligned by the Republicans and frankly has been questioned by me as not going far enough, it was developed originally as a proposal to present to President Trump where we might achieve common ground. President Trump, you'll remember, made many comments about how the pharmaceutical industry was getting away with murder. And while I would not have used those terms, it's certainly true that many lives have been lost because of pharmaceutical price gouging. And as was the case with most issues, President Trump continued to talk against Big Pharma, but wouldn't do anything about it. And he did not accept or agree to the concept, the narrow concept presented in H.R. 3. I would like to see much more done to provide broader, effective protections for American consumers than what is done in the narrow and really modest provisions of H.R. 3. But to eliminate them, as this amendment proposes entirely from the bill, does 2 things. It removes all hope that American consumers, that the patients across this country afflicted with disease might have of ever having a day when they will have reasonably priced drugs. And the second thing it does, and probably one of the intent of this amendment, is to deny us the savings that taxpayers would receive that we could reinvest to expand access for millions of Americans through the Affordable Care Act, through Medicaid in the states that have not been covered, through the other provisions that are in this bill, to assure that more Americans have access to a family physician and the medications that they need. I urge rejection of this amendment because we don't want to deny that hope. We do want to provide the savings that can provide us much improved health care for many, many Americans. It's time to reject this amendment and move forward with this bill, and hopefully over time through the legislative process see a stronger Medicare negotiation bill instead of the weaker one that so many here, some in my party as well, are willing to make. Every dollar that they cut out of this prescription bill not only hurts consumers directly, but it denies the resources we need to provide better access to health care for Americans. And I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield to Leader Brady.
I'll be brief. If you're not concerned about the impacts on patients from this provision, you're not paying attention. There is no question, and especially coming on the heels of COVID, how crucial it is that America leads the world in innovation, and those medicines, those vaccines, those treatments have saved countless lives and are as we speak. There's no question. There are fewer new medicines available when government sets prices, and all you have to do is look at America outpacing the rest of the world. There's no question these other countries that Democrats are trying to emulate have substantial delays for medicines already available here in the U.S. And there's no question, because of our pro-innovation policies, we're developing so many more breakthrough drugs than are available and developed in other countries as well. Also, I would note the reference pricing provision was developed by President Trump and incorporated into this bill. I disagree with it for the impacts we talked about. I would say this to my friends who opposed creating the drug prescription plan for seniors unanimously, and when we developed it, that at the end of the day, regardless of where you land on this provision, I think the reality is this is not becoming a law. You hold all the cards here, but you as a conference are going to have to decide what that is. This bill will not become, this provision will not become law. Really is time, in my view, to pull it out, let the bill go forward, and continue your conversation with your colleagues. With that, I urge support.
Mr. Blumenauer is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've been patient. I've been listening to some of the back and forth. I deeply appreciate the comments from my friend, Mr. Doggett, who I think has fairly outlined some of the qualifications that people have ignored. What we have here is a situation where the United States consumer pays the highest prescription drug prices in the world by far. The employment in the pharmaceutical industry, by and large, is in countries like India. The profits, extraordinary profits that are generated by these companies, are taxed in Ireland. We have legislation here that seeks to make those changes, and we have some international provisions in terms of taxation. But I think it's important that we reject the notion that the United States continues to have to pay the highest prescription drug prices in the world. Otherwise, we won't have innovation. Give me a break. In terms of innovation, much of what the profits of the drug companies are based on research that the taxpayers have financed. Now, the most dangerous drug deficiency is a drug that people can't afford to pay for. Those are real losses right now. People in your district and my district are making difficult choices about which drugs they're going to buy, which drugs they're going to cut in half, which drugs they're going to defer. These are real life and death decisions that are made, and you know it. You can verify it in your own community. I would suggest that we don't have to be engaged in this corrupt bargain, that the only way that we will have innovation, if they are given a monopoly that isn't extended anyplace else in the world, to price exorbitantly, having a stranglehold in terms of innovation. They're innovative, as my friend Mr. Doggett points out, in terms of stretching out the protections, in terms of finding more loopholes, in terms of actually being able to milk the process. And we stood up, and I was pleased when we did the negotiations on NAFTA 2.0. We rejected the notion that we had to go along with Big Pharma. This was a provision that wasn't required in the Canadian law or Mexican law. They didn't want it, but it was a way that some would try and preserve that privileged position that is given to the pharmaceutical industries. And I think it's worthy of people to go back and look at the history of these protections, because they've spun out of control in a way that we really didn't need. You know, we've all noted that the person who helped invent insulin gave his interest in that patent to the public. I think that there are opportunities for us to be able to move forward, to have a modicum of competition that is usually accepted by my Republican friends, in terms that we don't have the largest purchaser of prescription drugs in the world, Medicare, prohibited from striking a better deal for the American public. I don't think that's going to be anything that is doomed in terms of innovation. It's not going to be pernicious. Private sector negotiates. We have a little bit of negotiations, for example, with the Veteran Service. But to continue to deny these benefits for our seniors and for the federal government, I think is pernicious and unfortunate and unnecessary. I have more faith in our ability to be able to navigate this, and I strongly, strongly urge rejection of this amendment.
I thank the gentleman. The chair is prepared to call the question, and members are reminded to unmute themselves for the voice vote. The question is on the amendment offered by Mr. Brady. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no.
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 In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
I would ask for a
Mr.
recorded
Brady
vote.
has requested a recorded vote. Members are reminded to keep your cameras on as the vote is recorded. The clerk will please call the roll.
Mr. Doggett?
Doggett votes no.
Mr. Doggett votes no. Mr. Thompson?
Thompson, no.
Mr. Thompson votes no. Mr. Larson? No. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Blumenauer?
Blumenauer, no.
Mr. Blumenauer votes no. Mr. Kind?
Kind, no.
Mr. Kind votes no. Mr. Pascrell?
Mr. Pascrell?
Mr. Pascrell?
No.
Mr. Pascrell votes no. Mr. Davis?
Davis votes no.
Mr. Davis votes no. Ms. Sanchez?
Sanchez votes no.
Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Higgins?
Higgins, no.
Mr. Higgins votes no. Ms. Sewell?
No.
Ms. Sewell votes no. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene votes no. Ms. Chu?
Chu votes no.
Ms. Chu votes no. Ms. Moore?
Moore votes no.
Ms. Moore votes no. Mr. Kildee? Mr. Kildee votes no. Mr. Boyle?
Boyle, no.
Mr. Boyle votes no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer votes no. Mr. Evans?
Evans votes no.
Mr. Evans votes no. Mr. Schneider?
Schneider votes no.
Mr. Schneider votes no. Mr. Swazi?
Swazi, no.
Mr. Swazi votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Murphy votes no.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez votes no. Mr. Horsford?
Horsford votes no.
Mr. Horsford votes no. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett votes no. Mr. Brady?
Brady votes aye.
Mr. Brady votes aye. Mr. Nunez?
Nunes votes aye.
Mr. Nunez votes aye. Mr. Buchanan?
Buchanan, aye.
Mr. Buchanan votes aye. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Smith, aye.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska votes aye. Mr. Reed?
Reed, aye.
Mr. Reed votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Smith of Missouri?
One more day.
Smith, Missouri votes aye.
Mr. Smith of Missouri votes aye. Mr. Rice?
Carry all this back to my office either. Are you going to stop Stacy?
Mr. Rice? Mr. Schweikert?
Yep.
Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert votes yes. Ms. Walorski?
Walorski votes aye.
Ms. Walorski votes aye. Mr. LaHood?
LaHood is yes.
Mr. LaHood votes yes. Dr. Wenstrup?
Yes.
Dr. Wenstrup votes yes. Mr. Arrington?
Arrington's a yes.
Mr. Arrington votes yes. Dr. Ferguson? Dr. Ferguson votes yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes votes yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Smucker votes aye. Mr. Hearn?
Aye.
Mr. Hearn votes aye. Mrs. Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Miller votes aye. Mr. Rice? Mr. Chairman?
No.
Mr. Chairman votes no.
The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, I have 25 nays and 17 ayes.
There being 25 nays and 17 ayes, the amendment fails. I think we are prepared for the last amendment of the evening.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Brady.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Brady has an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Mr. Thompson has reserved a point of order, and as soon as Mr. Brady's amendment is passed out, we will proceed. And I understand we have to pause as technology once again offers an intervening motion.